I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
If you want to be a wise guy, you can do it anywhere. If you want to be a strong man, you can do it anywhere. If you want to be an Indian chief, cowboy, you can do it in the ring. You can't do it in the mall.
The most electrifying line in sports entertainment today. If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
Beat me if you can survive if I let you.
I'm figuring and thinking there's nothing gonna stop my showman Randy Savage now. I'm the man. I'm the icon. And yes, you can't bow. I am God.
The number one show on the net that leads to the best in your head like Goldberg Net. For the punks and the perverts, this is how it works with Terry Funk and Knox Baker. Check Ishman and Barbie, they got the cheap heat, so sit back and have a seat. They got questions from the fans, and you're heading the band from Australia to Japan.
Check down the road, don't care about the back stroke up the Mississippi.
We are bigger. We are faster. And we are all night long. All you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, be sure and tune in and listen to this show.
And we are live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I'm the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting, handsome Jackie Jones. Along my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, the enforcer of the Headyverse.
1 inch biceps, the power goat, bah! And I'm out here to tell everybody that I am the boss baby, the man who tells you what to do, and all of that stuff. Hell yeah. We are here, and we are going to beat the love of AEW into each and every one of you ICW marks, because I'm the king of the marks, and I'm here to tell you that I've been watching WWE for all these years, and every time you want to see somebody get a push, Vince McMahon kills it. So when you watch AEW and you watch WWE, how can you tell me AEW is a worse program? You're obviously not watching the same show, or you just want to say what Jim Cornette has been saying, and you think that's the cool thing to do. Well, I'm here to tell you the cool thing to do is to have your own thoughts, have your own opinions, and say everything that I say, not Jim Cornette. So there you go.
Damn, I do agree with that part about you should have your own thoughts. When I see people using all the buzzwords that I know who coined them, I know they ain't thinking for themselves. Mm-hmm. Plus, okay, so if you just don't like it, I understand. But I don't understand people who get pissed that other people like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right to like other forms of entertainment. And to me, it's like, I am so grateful there is another wrestling promotion other than WWE that's in the major leagues. It's good company. Mike B, he's a new member. Look at that.
Boom! Headyverse, he's the Hall of Famer. We got a big, so we started this last week. Actually, I think I did. Yeah, it was during the show. And so you can join the Headyverse here, become a member, help support the site to cover the cost. And you get these cool little perks. You can use little 8-bit guys. There's a bunch of things. We're going to say your name. So shout out to Mike Bessler. Everyone knows his name because he's a Hall of Famer.
He just delivered some very sad news to me earlier today, Jack.
Really?
Some very sad news. GD Ritzy's is closing in Huntington, West Virginia. And And I was being a sourpuss. I was like, oh,
You're normally just a puss.
It's not open till like 12, and I gotta get to bed because I work midnight shifts. And we went to Tudor's instead. I made him miss his opportunity, and for that, Mike and Mike's family, I apologize.
Damn.
But
So you're the one who closed the place down. You are the bringer of bad news. You put the place out of business, and you made Mikey B miss his final last time to ever enjoy the GD Ritzies. But he's still a Hall of Famer. And a shout out to Mikey B, Mike Bessler, and also Dadpool on YouTube, another Headyverse Hall of Famer. And, of course, Simply Ravishing, another Headyverse Hall of Famer. And the very first in your head Hall of Famer here on the Headyverse on the YouTube, Steven Simmons. And because of that, the newest 8-bit that was unlocked is Steven Simmons. So now you can use Kamala, King Kong Bundy, Terry Funk, New Jack, and Steven Simmons. And because we hit 5, I get to unlock a new one, and the new one is ready to unlock. It'll unlock after the show. Can't do it during the show.
Ooh.
Ox Baker.
Foxy Oxy. There you go.
So our next
Kills
goal,
people with the heart punch.
Boom. I believe if we get to 8, we can unlock another one. And so the next one, people, we got to get up to 8. I believe is the next goal. Paul Bearer.
Mm-hmm. Now,
but real quick, another Headyverse member, and he is now a producer of In Your Head, and that is Bruce's Ghost. Boo! Shout out to Bruce.
Bruce's Ghost. Good man. Now, I know people, they probably do legitimately agree with Jim Cornette on some things, and that's fine. But I'm just saying, I do think a lot of people do want to just say what Jim Cornette's thinking.
Oh,
because he is a very charismatic person. He does get his message across in a very funny way, and that's a lot like politics in a sense. Somebody who's a good talker, they can talk you into just about everything, but you gotta have your own opinions. Watch the show, watch Raw, then watch AEW Dynamite. Tell me which one's the better show. In my opinion, my own humble opinion that I'm not broadcasting to the entire world right now, I think AEW is by far the better show. Is it perfect? No. But what show is?
Boom, another new member. I believe this was gifted from Dadpool on YouTube, and I don't know how this works exactly, and I believe it just randomly goes to a Headyverse member, and it goes to Travis Sandow.
Travis Sandow, congratulations. It's awful nice to be gifted, but I think you have to accept it, which I'm not able to do whenever I'm in other people's chats. I don't know what it is. I have some sort of error that won't let me do it. I can't accept like people's membership that they're gifting. So, but that is very generous indeed.
Yeah. So to go off what you're saying here, I do think there's a lot of people who watch wrestling, not a lot, but because I think most people probably watch it. And the thing is, we don't hear from them. They're, because they're not all over Twitter and being all, yelling at everybody. But I do think, he bought his membership, Travis. So I'm not exactly sure what happens with the gifted one. So welcome aboard, Travis Sandow!
Well, the gifted one, if somebody wants to accept it, that's in the chat right now, I think you got to click on it at top. For some reason, it doesn't work for me whenever I'm in other people's chats. And then you can accept it somehow. I can't give you the whole skinny on that, but there's a way you can accept it if you're in the chat room and you wish to become a member. So
I see. I think if you go to, you have to hit join and then do something with
probably
like turn on gifted
something.
Friendships or something.
Yeah, something like that. I'm not really sure. I don't know everything about that one.
Either way, very cool. And thank
Travis?
you, Sandow. Yeah, good man.
Yeah, Travis Sandow.
Yeah, they popped up at the same time, so I just assumed that's what happened, but I didn't know.
Oh, yeah.
So what I want to say was, of course, there's people who actually do agree, but there are people, I think, there's a weird thing where I do think there's people who watch wrestling not to even enjoy it as like, I'm just watching wrestling. Do I like it or not? Mm-hmm. They go in thinking how will, whoever it is that they like, how will they think of this show? How will Jim Cornette think of the show? How's Dave Meltzer going to think of the show? How's Vince Russo going to think of the show? And then when they talk about, they don't even talk about like, oh, I like this match or I didn't like this match. They talk all like this didn't lead to this or blah. It's like, well, did you just like it? Or are you watching it? Or they'll really go on about, when people really go on about, this guy shouldn't win because they're not going to bring in the casuals or it only, like, if you're just a fan, you shouldn't really even think of that when you're watching the show. Should be, do I like this person or not? Not, oh, well, this new guy's going to appeal to the casual fans. Like, who would even use that terminology unless you just listen to some guy say that?
It's Vic Schiavone!
Vic Schiavone! Hey, Vic Schiavone! Just a reminder, I made the closing credits before the show, so these new members will not be on. But last week's new members will be on, and you guys will be on next week.
Excellent. Good job, Vic. Thank you, sir.
Yes, good man.
Now, I will say this. I know I was a bit dejected last week when Vic Schiavone came on, and he said
Vic Schiavone,
he was disappointed with the Young Bucks. Yeah. But I will say, I do think
the gravy.
I can see Vic being legitimate with his complaints about the Young Bucks. I like the Young Bucks. I enjoy them.
I like the Young Bucks too. So I like them. It's just we'll get into it later when
whenever you're not a CM cuck.
See now you're as bad as the Cornette puppets.
What Cornette puppet? They love CM.
I know. Punk. Well, it's weird that sometimes they overlook
CM
that
cuck. One. You're just a little CM cuck.
So let's just get right to the show. So I first of all, I'm going to say the pre-show was horrible. And I normally really like the pre-shows on the AEW pay-per-views because it's all full of matches. But of all the things that copy from WWE, is one of my most hated things. And that is their horrendous pre-shows. When it's just like they're sitting around talking and it's like this phony, fake, like, trying, who's going to win? It's terrible. And they did it on AEW. So it's like Big Show. And I was like, I gotta fucking listen to the Big Show. No, it's not. And then, like, that wasn't bad enough. Then they had that fucking dude used to be, I don't know who in the world. What do they see in this dude? Hathaway, Cornelius Hathaway, or whatever. Fuck this guy. Stokely Hathaway. Fuck him. Fuck the Big Show. Fuck these pre-shows.
I think I'm warming up on Stokely. I think I'm enjoying him, Jack, and I'm not agreeing with you on Stokely 100%. I do like some of the bits
pre-show.
I'm not saying I like the pre-show. I like the matches on the pre-show, but I
like the Hardy Boys match.
I do enjoy. The Hardy Boys, that was kind of a mess.
That was the only match on the pre-show.
That's true, yeah, because they just did the build up for the Battle Royal leading out.
I like that. Yeah.
They just because that was on the actual show. But,
yeah. So that was just a waste of time, and I get it, it's the pre-show, but still it was bad. But the Hardys.
Renee. I'm thinking that was Renee's idea.
She was the least offensive one of the. I don't even know who the other guy was.
Maybe she just needs some better partners.
Although my mom really made fun of her haircut. She's not a fan of the haircut.
No. Really? Brenda didn't like the haircut?
The Hardys and Hook. Man, I will say he's not like totally wasted. He's still over some. But he was like he had so much momentum. I don't know what you could have done at that point because he's still way too green to like put him in world title matches, but he's definitely not people aren't as crazy into Hook as they. But I mean, he's still over. It's not like they don't. It's not like they dislike him, but he's not to that level he was there for a while.
They've cooled him off a little bit. It's not as hot as what it used to be whenever he first
I don't
started.
put total blame on them in this one because I think you were kind of put in a weird situation because the guy's not ready to be put in like real top matches yet.
Uh-huh.
But he was as over as like a top guy. So I don't know what you. I mean, I would have just tried and seen what happened. But
Yeah. So I also yeah, it's just strange that it's not working out like we would have expected. I mean, I guess he is just a new guy, and they're not pushing him.
it was weird. He
correctly, I
just
guess.
got over like
super over, yeah.
yeah. Really
And then,
just took to the crowd. The crowd really took to him.
And they've kind of just not known what really to do with him. I thought they should have worked him into like a I thought him and Jungle Boy would have done some good stuff together. And I think they would have elevated each other.
I think
matches.
putting him with Danhausen was a mistake because I think
Makes him into a
his
joke.
character wasn't comedy based, and then Danhausen is pure comedy.
Yeah, yeah.
Where I know people
wasn't
always
good.
could put Orange and Danhausen in the same category, and then besides comedy, that's where it ends because Orange actually is a very talented wrestler, and I don't think Danhausen is. But I do think he's entertaining and over, so I'm not saying he has no purpose on the show. Or
Look what Jonathan Jackson's saying here. He's saying Hook's punches look like he was trained by Shane McMahon.
I thought everything in this match looked horrible.
You think Shane was like, wait a minute, before we get in the ring, we got to warm up with some bacon mayonnaise sandwiches.
The greatest, the best pure striker in the biz.
Mhm.
Boom, boom. I kind of blew myself up at the beginning because you were going on forever, and I kept punching the camera, and then I was kind of blown up.
It's my fault.
You got to get into ring shape.
Oh, I see.
So anyway, they beat Ethan Page and the Guns, and Guns too. Although I thought it was too early to put the tag belts on the Guns, but this match was just bad. I think like it was very sloppy, and I'll just honestly, I hate to say this because I root for both of the guys to do well in life, but the Hardys should just retire.
I thought Jeff definitely had a lot of ring rust. I mean, he was botching some pretty bad stuff.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's not like it was easy to do. I'm not saying that, but I mean, he in the past he's made those kind of moves look easy, but it didn't. So I think he's rusty, and he had some bad spots. I mean, he just fell off the rope at one point.
The one spot I almost thought, like, is this an angle? They're making an angle that he's like fucked up or he's rusty. But then he even messed up just like everything, like little kicks and stuff. I was like, oh,
like he was going for that top rope. Was it the Swanton? And then he just kind of like just totally slipped. I mean, things happen like that. I mean, let's hold out.
I understand, but it was everything he did pretty much.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe he'll pick it up the next match. I mean, we got to give him a shot here. I mean, he's Jeff Hardy.
And Matt's been washed up for like half a decade or more.
Well, Matt, he had a thing going with that total deletion in the TNA, and then that things went sour in TNA, and it's never been the same since. I think the only reason that stuff worked was because it was TNA. It was like this real niche thing on a niche program, and people were kind of eating it up because it was like this just batshit crazy thing.
When you see something so out of the blue, it's either going to catch on, or people are going to completely hate it. And it's just like, what is this?
Yeah.
And it was like a fad, really. But people still do chant the delete stuff. So I don't know. I don't know if you could just go back to it, but it's better for him because it's the only thing beside. It's either that or just the nostalgia of the Hardys is the only thing that really is over anymore with Matt. When he does anything else, it's just completely nothing, I think.
They're very wishy-washy with it. It's like they half do it here and there, and then he's back to the old Matt Hardy. And it's like, you can't do it like that if you're going to do it. You got to go full force with it where he's just batshit crazy all the time. Because, you're presenting it to your audience, and if they're not seeing it, they forget, and then, or they don't see it, It's got to be consistent.
Yeah, and didn't they just do a match though? I didn't even
They
watch
did
it.
the,
I'll be honest, I don't watch Rampage in weeks.
Yeah, they did the one from the Hardy compound, and it was on Rampage, and they also had the unedited one posted on the internet, which I feel a little robbed by because I made my, I watched Rampage, and Rampage isn't necessarily easy to catch nowadays with
Yeah,
all
you
the
never know when it's
NFL
gonna be
stuff
on.
or
Yeah.
NBA. You never know when it's on. So I really have to pay attention to when Rampage is on, and sometimes they don't even tell you. So we should have had the unedited version on Rampage, damn it, because I went out of my way to record Rampage and then just click a link on YouTube. I guess I could have done that, but that's another thing. It's like that makes Rampage kind of more. It's like, why bother if we're just going to post it to YouTube? You know?
Yeah. But was he full on deletion like?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's very strange to go in and out of that character.
Yeah, he was full on doing that character, and they had they even did like a fire in the field for at the end with Jeff Hardy, trying to they did the whole thing. Maxim, he was in his the little kid, driving the car thing, and he was running over Stokely, who sold it.
Yeah,
but
I'll be honest, I didn't see it, and those matches really aren't for me. I don't enjoy them, but at this point in his career, I think that's what he should do because he can't. I'm just sorry, he can't go in the ring anymore. Matt's just he can't even barely walk. It's like he's in pain all the time. He looks bad. Makes me just feel sad. So if he does that stuff, I think
something more
save his body and it's entertaining and people actually like it, and it would be better than watching him do matches. It'd probably be better for Jeff because I don't know if he's going to be able to do the same. Anyway, I just thought this match was bad.
I hear you. The pre-show match. It wasn't clicking, and I do think they need some more time to work things out. And it could be like you said, they're older and they just can't do what they used to do. I think in Jeff's case, it's ring rust because he has been out for a while. I mean, it's been like, how long has he been gone? For about a year? And his age doesn't help. I mean,
yeah, it's got to be in a lot of pain, and which is I don't know if wrestling is. I mean, I don't want to say the guy can't do what he's to make a living or whatever, but I don't know if he can't do it and not be on pain pills and stuff. I don't know. Maybe this isn't what he should be.
I understand what you're saying. I know you just want to take him out behind the woodshed and put one in the back of his head and just be done with him. I understand, Jack.
But then you'd remember him for the good times.
No, we don't want that. We don't want that.
So I did, when you're saying about the Battle Royal starting, I did like this because so often on a Battle Royal, like on TV, you see they'll introduce like one guy, then they go to break, and then everyone's in the ring, and then you have more breaks, and you miss like the guys getting eliminated and stuff. And that takes the fun out of it. So this was fun. You actually saw all the entrants. It was a little strange because usually when they do their 21-man Battle Royal, they come in groups of 5 or 4 or whatever, and then 4 groups of 5, and then they have the Joker who's in the last. But I think they did it this way so they could do all the introductions on the pre-show and then have the actual match on the pay-per-view instead of having part of the Battle Royal on the pay-per-view and part of it on the pre-show.
Yeah. Tazo the Greek, he's saying Rampage was an arcade game with King Kong and Godzilla.
It's also
an AEW show.
And it's also a movie starring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
And it's also a UFC fighter.
I used to really like the game Rampage.
Yeah, it was a good one.
I played that recently at the arcade with Annabelle.
Yeah. They have like a new one that they done for like the newer arcades. It's like a big screen. I played it up at the Dave and Buster's. It was kind of neat. It was kind of neat.
I want one
not as good as the original.
Where you just put on like a suit, actually go and destroy cities and
Yeah.
And then like the guy they found like me and you were playing and like you shrink down to human size and I can just pick you up.
That
and
would
eat
be
you.
good for virtual reality, you know? That would be a good game. You just
Or
put
maybe
on the headset.
Just
and
take
you
some
got...
mushrooms.
No. Jeez. What are you endorse?
Mushrooms
you're
are
doing that.
illegal in some states. That's gonna be the next. That's the next thing they're trying to legalize.
Don't listen to Jack. Don't listen.
It
He's
is
not.
true. It is
Don't
illegal in a
listen.
lot of states.
It's illegal everywhere, people.
No,
you don't
it's
want
not.
this. Shut up, Jack. Stop making America stupid.
You gotta
You want them all. You want them all hung out on their shrooms. Look at you.
expand your mind. Like
Ah.
Joe Rogan makes like $1 billion, and he's all like taking DMT and stuff. Going into this, I'm a huge Orange Cassidy fan. I honestly think his title reign has been great. I think it's been one of the highlights of the show. I think it's actually one of the best non-world title championship reigns we've seen in wrestling for a while. But I think the idea of a champion defending their title in a battle royal is very stupid. I was not for this match. The match itself, I actually was entertaining. The idea of the match, I think, was dumb, and also a waste of some of the people in it. Like, it to me, like you get Jay White, who can legit be a top guy for your company. In his very first pay-per-view, he's just in a battle royal. I don't think that's a good use of.
They're not. They need to utilize Jay White better. I mean, I know they got a ton of people, and it's probably hard to find a good spot for everybody. But I mean, you can't push everybody all at once. But I do think Jay White is a guy who could be a star for the company.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. So
he would feel like a homegrown guy in a sense because a lot of Americans aren't familiar with him.
Yeah.
He started in ROH, and they own ROH. So I guess that could be a homegrown guy in a way. Well, I mean, he did start in America in ROH.
USA! So but that all said, this was actually a really good match. Hobbs and QT Marshall were advertised for it, but they were not in it.
Are you disappointed with that?
No.
Are you intrigued by that?
I think, no. But I would have been kind of a waste of Hobbs, too, I think, just throwing Battle Royal. But the more names you have in, it's also more people who might win. So always a problem with the Battle Royal where they're all in the ring at once is there really is too many guys to do like cool things. So to work around that, they actually had a lot of people didn't go in the ring right away and fought outside a little bit. So I actually thought that was pretty smart. And then they kind of came in, throughout the match. So that was cool. And then I absolutely loved the finish. That was that really played up to the Orange Cassidy character, and I just thought I'd never really seen it that way. So it was Swerve Strickland was kind of hanging on the rope there, and he was gonna do the orange punch. And instead, he just kind of kicked his hand, so he fell off the ropes, which I thought was very fun.
That was a good ending. I like Travis Sandow here. He is using the 8-bit Bundy.
Yeah.
He's already making use with his membership.
Yes, and if you're in the chat room on the YouTube, you can see that. They're very cool. You can unlock those. It's only $3 a month. You can unlock them. Another thing, if you do the Hall of Fame, like these good folks have done, for $5 a month, you will also get, which is exclusive. You can only get these. You can only listen to these if you're on the members here. Original episodes of In Your Head, from 2005, for members only.
There might be some embarrassing stuff that we said back then.
There might be. So the first 2 episodes are up now. I'm going to release 1 to 3 a week.
I don't know if you want to do that, Jack.
They're for members only, though.
That's true. Jonathan Jackson, he also wants everybody out here to know that Rampage is also a mode in GTA. It is. It's
Little
one of those
GTA.
fun modes. They're probably going to have to phase it out, though, because they'll probably say it promotes, mass shootings in a way. So the Rampage mode may be deleted. delete.
I was always surprised they really did so. Honestly, I know people are gonna say, "Oh, hey, look at this snowflake! Look at this total friend of the week." But I was always surprised they did so much with the Bullet Club shirts and stuff too. Actually,
Yeah.
with, like all the
And they're all over, and yeah, and it's.
I never even really got
It's a
the
little
like.
touchy area now.
It's like it looked cool, but I never even understood the name because I never really knew what any of these guys had to do with bullets.
We've evolved. We used to have shirts with some gun-toting maniac on the front of it, but we've
very
evolved.
true. That's very true. We also used to sell a shirt with cum all over it, which the phrase on you was priceless. You just looked at me like with total disdain. But no, I'm serious. I designed a shirt. I'll find it. You think I'm lying? But we had it.
This is the first I've heard of it. What? That is
not like
filthy.
real cum. It was, I designed it with graphics.
What's the matter with you?
What?
Don't you just feel so dirty after designing a shirt like that afterwards? And did it sell? Did anybody buy it?
I'm gonna show you a picture of it here in 1 second. One of the most respected members of the Headyverse that bought it.
Jonathan Jackson. I'm not denying nothing. I just didn't know of it. Oh yeah, the FWO. I forgot all about that.
FAP World Order. Fapping means jerking off, masturbating, spanking the monkey, jerking the gherkin, playing with your ding dong incher, and then all this white border here. That's representing jizz, or cum, or semen. So this is you're gonna get this kind of stuff if you become a member and listen to old episodes of the show. Yeah. So I'm just saying we don't sell that shirt anymore. But who knows? Maybe I could bring it back.
Nobody steal it. Mario Mancini might be out there.
Still have the human family ped. Yeah, we used to. Well, this was on Without Your Head, but we used to sell human family ped stickers. So it was like a family of people tied ass to mouth to each other.
Oh my,
that's pretty cool, don't you think?
Pretty cool. But I'm taken back now. I can't believe that was a thing from the past. But Jackie Jones. Well, I wasn't denying anything. I just forgot about it. I tune a lot of things out, Jonathan Jackson. To operate with Jackie Jones, you kind of the best motto. It's good not to know. It's best to be ignorant of things. Just whatever. Just don't know. Just pay no attention to some things.
So look, this was the human family ped. So you had the dad, the mom, the son, the baby, and the cat, the family pet.
How could you put the cat?
And then you put on the back of your car. You know those like stickers that show your family in the back of your car.
I know. Yeah,
that's pretty cool. Those sold like hotcakes. Actually, sold lots of those. Probably the most selling thing we ever designed. Was actually in what's that big horror magazine up in Canada? Rue Morgue was actually in Rue Morgue magazine. So yeah, Orange Cassidy. Next match, Incher. Enough FWO and jizz.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly disgusted now. So
we had Adam Cole, baby. It's all
Adam
about
Cole.
Boom.
Yeah.
Versus Jericho in unsanctioned match with Sabu. I was very happy to. I saw people shitting all over Sabu last week being on the show.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fan. I enjoy incorporating the legends on the show. I've always enjoyed this since I was a little kid. I remember Bruno Sammartino coming out of retirement. I didn't even know who he was, really. But they make it a bit, and it's just cool. It's like, oh, this guy from the past. Now that I'm older, and they bring back legends of people I grew up with, it's like, oh, this is great, because I've said this a million times. You can't really do that in quote unquote real sports, but you can do it in wrestling, and it's like, oh, cool. And they always showcase them in AEW, not so much in WWE. That they're like they're still intimidating. They're important. So Sabu comes out there. Everyone was scared last week on Wednesday. And his little interaction with Jericho is great. And then I heard the story of how this happened, which was very funny to me. It was on the Jericho cruise, and Jericho thought it was a guy cosplaying as Sabu. And it was Sabu! And so he was sitting with him watching the matches, and Sabu kept going, hey, who's this guy? What's his deal? And so he'd tell him, And then, like, he I guess he was just into seeing these new guys he'd never seen before, and a lot of it was AEW guys.
Yeah.
And then Jericho pitched the idea of bringing Sabu in. I was like, I like that.
That's cool. I mean, because I was happy to see Sabu. I like that they brought him out and treated him as a legend. I mean, because he's put his time in the business, and he deserves it. And, if that was WWE, they'd have him getting fucked in the ass by Randy Orton.
Yeah, be like they would be in Philly, and they'd make him look like a total idiot, and put him through a table, and and some guy would come out like piss on his face or something. Drop a load on him, and like, look at this idiot.
And then Cody Rhodes would come to the defense, and then he would defend him by getting beat again. That's how you get over in WWE. But I was glad to see him. I saw some people were making fun of his song, saying that it was too much like the ECW. I liked it. I don't care. I'm going to tell that composer right now, I like ripoffs. And they can't use the ECW theme, but I love the ECW theme, and I like this variation, so they could have a theme to use. So good on this guy.
I agree.
I'm praising him, man. I liked it.
I like it too. When you hear someone from the past, you want to hear something that's reminiscent of when they're around. So I loved it. I
thought they did a very good job on it too.
Yeah, I liked it. I'm not saying you should be a weekly guy on the show, but I hope he make. It's a fun character to come out every once in a while.
Yeah,
I'd like to see it. And kudos to Jericho. People can say stuff about him, but he's always helping older guys. He's helped a lot. I remember when Axel was really sick before he passed away, and he paid for his surgeries, and he's always doing stuff like this.
Yeah, good on him.
And Sabu adds to the show. It's not like it's just some guy.
Yeah,
that, no one knows or something.
Everybody knows Sabu, and
so I
know he had no interaction with Adam Page, but I mean they had to put him somewhere. So
yeah, but I like the idea is he wanted someone in his corner. They probably could have explained a little better, but the idea was he wanted someone in his corner for an unsanctioned, hardcore match.
Yeah,
kind of like when MJF brought in Nick Gage. It's not like he's like buddies with Nick Gage, but that was one of the guys he brought in because then Jericho had to beat Nick Gage, in a hardcore match. So they probably could just. Honestly, that's probably more on the announcers. They probably could explain that better. I will say a lot of the announcing is bad on this show. Jim Ross, I don't know what he was yelling at, like people. I don't know what he was yelling at half the time. He was yelling at someone said it was fans. I guess he was yelling at people.
Yeah,
and
I heard.
One time he was yelling at one of the managers, and Taz had to explain who it was because I was like, what? The hell is Jim Ross? Yeah. Oh, it's Sanjay Dutt. I was like, why is Jim Ross just yelling?
I know Excalibur was kind of filling him in on one spot because I think he was referring to Sabu as something, and he wasn't real familiar or something. And then I heard Excalibur kind of saying some backstory to Jim, kind of steer him along. But we didn't see what exactly was happening because I did hear him just kind of go or something at one point.
Yeah, and he was like yelling stupid,
stupid or something. Yeah. Maybe it was security or something not keeping people off of him. I mean, maybe I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
So,
and I say this all the time. I've never thought Taz was a good commentator. I still think he's rotten. He makes jokes during serious stuff.
Yeah.
He's not. I think he's a big downfall of the. He
I don't
hasn't
think
made
they
the
even need him
commentary
there.
better. I think he's made it a lot worse being.
I think some of these ROH guys, I think they need to look into them and moving them up because I like Caprice, I
agree.
like Nigel, I
Yeah.
like Ian. I love Ian. I think
they're all like very professional and entertaining. They would be way better.
I do think they are more entertaining than Taz for sure.
Yeah.
But
so this match I really liked until the end. I think the end maybe on paper made sense, but part of it was I'm a big Adam Cole fan, but those punches didn't look good, and so that's the finish is like these weak punches to Jericho's face, and he just passed out. It was not good.
I think they're supposed to be like all tied up in the chain more so than they were because they had the guy come out with the cutters, kind of like when Terry Funk and Sabu was
right
in
with the barbed wire.
So, and then the chain wasn't really, intertwined with them as much. I mean, maybe they should have worked on that a little bit more.
Yeah, it's too bad because that really that was really flat. You could even tell the crowd was like, they kind of, didn't like boo, but they were just deflated and just went, they kind of groaned.
I'm going to, I've steered Adam Cole in the right direction in the past by telling him to go to AEW because there's probably guys zero in on his lady. And I'm going to steer him right now. And I'm going to say, Adam Cole, I know people have probably suggested it to you and you haven't quite caught on to the hints, but it's called steroids. Go out and get you some.
It is his only detriment is he's
he looks very very small and if he had the steroids, that juice running through that concussed brain, he wouldn't even feel those concussions anymore. He would just be like reaming Britt and just fucking having roid rage, and he would be the man. So steroids, Adam Cole, go out and get you some.
But he's because honestly, charisma, he's got a superstar presence.
He does have a very good charisma. And he just looks very small. I know he's recovering. But even on that reality show, I don't think it did him any good. He's talking to the doctor, and the fucking doctor looked more jacked than Adam Cole. He looked like more of a wrestler than Adam Cole. So steroids. Go out and get you some, Adam Cole.
Let's see. FTR.
But that was dumb ending.
Yeah, the ending really deflated
a non-sanctioned match due to referee stoppage.
I wouldn't mind if to do the referee stoppage, the guy would have to be decimated. Mm-hmm. But like it was just like weak looking punches and
I want to say this, Brian Cage. Do a Adam Cole a solid. Just slip some into his pocket, Get him. Maybe
if he just hang out with if he just hung out with them, he would just get enough, just like a contact steroid. He don't need. I mean, he doesn't have to look like Brian Cage.
Oh yeah.
He can just put on a little bit of bulk,
like reverberating off of Brian Cage. Yeah. Maybe that would help. I see what you're saying. Yeah, buddy up with Brian Cage, Adam Cole. Buddy up with him a little bit.
FTR defeated. I really wanted Jarrett and Lethal to win. Part of it is because I thought it would really troll the Jim Cornette fans. Mm-hmm. But I genuinely love the Jeff Jarrett group. This is one of my favorite things. Might be my favorite. Well, maybe not my favorite faction because they're probably the Combat Club. But this is one of the most entertaining factions in wrestling. And I don't think any of them, if I just like, if I was putting together a group, none of these guys go together. I would never put Jeff Jarrett with Lethal and Sanjay Dutt and this giant dude. But they all work together. And then now they have Karen Jarrett with them. I love it. I honestly think it's the most entertaining Jeff Jarrett's ever been.
I'll
and the most entertaining Sanjay Dutt's ever been.
The guitar shot from Karen Jarrett too. The referee, what's her name? I screwed it up.
Audrey.
Audrey. That was a legit shocking moment, and then Karen just falls over.
It was like when I.
It was great though.
Yeah. It was like when I clotheslined Ed Gonzalez. So I'll be honest though, I thought the first 10 minutes or so this was not entertaining. I thought it was very boring.
Yeah.
And the crowd wasn't into it, but I think it was just kind of a boring match for a while. But once actually started getting into it, about halfway through, it really was entertaining.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like you say, just this odd group of people, and they somehow they make it work. I'm going to say this, Mark Briscoe. I'm really starting to enjoy the Mark Briscoe storyline as a singles competitor, where these two people are, these two groups are trying to drag him into each other, and he's not wanting to fall for either one of them. I love the promo he cut on Jay Lethal. He was like, "I love you like a brother, man, but I'm getting tired of the shit."
Yeah,
and I like he is presenting himself very well, and I think Mark Briscoe.
I agree.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they got.
At first, I wasn't sure about putting him in this whole thing, but I think it's working. I think it's getting him over to the crowd who might not know him. They just know, and he's an entertaining guy too. So this is something I'm really looking forward to see where this all plays out. And because there's another thing they could work on some of the storylines. This is a storyline I'm interested in and see where it's going.
Yeah.
So I really like this.
I missed a comment from Toronto Stevie earlier. I didn't want to mention it, but I kind of got wrapped up.
Aubrey, by the way. Jonathan Jackson supposedly hasn't watched wrestling since 1975, but he knows everything.
Mm-hmm. Steven Butler, he said on the previous match, "I love Britt Baker whipping Jericho like a dog with the kendo stick." It's cool.
Yeah, that was good too.
She needed to get her comeuppance. It's kind of strange. Paige just runs out of nowhere.
Yeah.
To make because it doesn't feel like they're intertwined, but I know they're working for the angle on Wednesday.
Yeah, no, and she was out there to beat up Britt that time, and I like it. But
she's not like a JAS
right
member. It doesn't seem, unless they're going to kind of
think
buddy those groups up or something.
There's a good chemistry there with Paige and Jericho, though, so I do like it.
Yeah, Jericho, he makes it work, and Paige, she's doing a great job too. I mean, so I'm curious to see what happens with that on Wednesday. So.
Then we had Wardlow versus Christian Cage. I was really wanting to see this match because I was curious, but it was nothing bad. They did some cool spots, but I don't think it really lived up to what I don't know what I was expecting, because I didn't expect it to be good, but I just thought Christian, the veteran, would do something to really make this something memorable, and I don't think it was that memorable. It was fine.
I liked it. I think they did some crazy stuff that I would not expect from Wardlow in this match, like jumping off of the top onto the two tables with Luchasaurus underneath, and the Arn Anderson thing was just insane.
I forgot the Arn Anderson spot was pretty awesome. It was pretty awesome.
He was setting up for the spine buster, and then they work it around, and he's got Luchasaurus's thumb in his mouth, and he's like gumming it or something, and
then it's all bloody, and he's got blood pouring out of his mouth. I forgot that spot. That was pretty awesome.
Now that Wardlow jumping onto the ladder, that was scary. And he went down. Dude. I thought it was another Dante Martin moment because I saw his leg go up. Yeah. I thought it might have been broken in a second.
There's a lot of crazy risk taking throughout this whole pay-per-view.
Mm-hmm. But I enjoyed it. They really went out there and put on quite the show. I mean, I know it wasn't clicking like a lot of stuff. That spot where he fell into the ladder when they had it extended from the ring to the audience, and he just totally destroyed his balls. I mean, that hurt me. Yeah. I mean, that looked painful. So I applaud Wardlow. I think he did a very, very good stuff. And yeah, Luchasaurus got that Arn Anderson gum job.
So I have a prediction. Well, not even a prediction. This is what I would do. Is I'm just jumping ahead a little bit. Jungle Boy, Jack Perry, I don't know. He seems kind of out of place at the moment. So I have an idea. He's never had a heel run. I put him back with Christian, and I do it this way. He's like Christian brought. They do some kind of heel turn that it shocks everybody. But then his explanation is, I was never as good as I was when I was wrestling Christian because Christian brought the best out of me, and I just need and somehow they get back together because Christian put him over the other week, so he knows that he's a special wrestler. And that's the heel turn, is he just knows, even though they had that big feud, his best is with Christian. And I don't know, I think he needs something, he needs a new spark or something, and I think maybe a heel run
I can see
Jack Perry might be good.
I can see the promos now. You got Jungle Boy with a shovel, and he's digging up the grave. And he says, I shouldn't have forgot my past. And then it goes to commercial.
You keep the Luchasaurus. I still would change
AEW goes
Lucha's name.
to commercial, which they never seem to do. But
I think maybe it'll be a good group. You got Christian is the manager, but he can also wrestle. Lucha's is like the bodyguard, but can also wrestle, and then Jack Perry's the star of the group. Next match was really more of a story than a match. And it really shocked me, but I think it worked. And that was Tony Storm basically squashing Jamie Hayter to win the title.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting the title change. I thought, but I think that group does need something to help them.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was right to take it off Jamie Hayter so soon. I mean, she has had it it's been a few months. I don't think Jamie's been brought up.
No.
I mean, to a degree, but not much. I mean, she wasn't ready to lose it. But I mean, they need to address a lot of the issues in the women's division. And I know Britt Baker, she was saying on the reality show, she never wants to have the belt again, which I think is a huge mistake.
Yeah,
she is the most over female for AEW. Yeah. If she doesn't like it that the girls in the back are talking about her, tough shit. You just got to do it because AEW needs that to build their women's division.
Was legit one of the most over, not just she's the most over women, but legit one of the most over people on the show. I used to say every week, instead of fighting the audience, which was crazy, she was like legit one of the most popular people on the whole show, woman or men. Yeah. So yeah, I agree.
I'm sure that she's going to love that praise after the man told her husband to get on steroids. So there you go.
Hello, Tara. We have a Tara here. It's good to see you, Tara. And I'm not going to whip anything out here on the show. That was a private conversation. Now people think it's weird, but it wasn't.
Yeah. Well, I know it was weirder than the shirt.
Yeah. Well, you can go to my OnlyFans after and check it out. So,
maybe somebody will gift me
That's reverse psychology. So, but I thought this worked because, like you said, the group needs they needed something. So the title, and I also think they needed to get in there and like really beat her, quickly. And I think that adds some heat to the group.
Like, I can see why they're doing it because I think the group does need some heat, and having the belt on them is going to put some heat on them. It's just rough that Jamie Hayter's the one dropping it. It should be Britt Baker dropping it, I think. And that would help that group more. And it doesn't hurt Hayter because Hayter's not on that level where she can be dropping belts. So it's it's wishy-washy how I'm feeling about that one. I like Hayter though. I think she's very good. So
yeah, I think she was probably more over before she won the title though.
Yeah, that's true. But they do need to work on how the women, their title reigns. I think WWE does do that better. They do present the women's champion in a better light, I think, to a degree.
Yeah, Jade had a really good title reign.
Jade Cargill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The House of Black. So I'm not a fan of these open House of Black rule stuff.
I thought the people who accept it the thing, the Acclaim coming out and their rap beforehand.
I was not into this until I heard their music. I was like, hell yeah! I'm gonna get my boys, the Acclaimed and Daddy Ass, are winning the trios. I was so pumped, and the rap was just off the charts. This was awesome.
It was great. He always delivers, Max Caster, with his raps. I didn't know what to think of him when I first started seeing him in AEW, but he delivers. He has won me over. I like Anthony Bowens. I think he's delivering as well. I thought his face off with Aleister, when Aleister sat down and then he sat down, I was like, where are they going with this? And he went. It was just like, oh my god, that was fucking awesome. Because I mean, I'm with you. I'm not exactly the biggest House of Black fan, so I thought that was funny. I like Brody. I think Brody's the only one that's working in the group, and
I agree.
The other guys just feel weird and just buddy.
And Brody, when he had the singles run when the group split up, I was really into that.
Yeah.
So I do have my Scissor Me Daddy Ass pin here. I should have put it on during the thing.
There we go.
Andrew and I are just scissoring each other. That's what friends do. So
remind me of old times.
Yeah, before you stopped sharing hotel rooms with me.
You did me dirty. Not you weren't scissoring as much as I like.
So I was really pumped to see a new trios champions.
But you didn't get it.
No, I don't know what I thought they were building to them getting the titles. So I don't know who they even face after this now.
They got
them just facing random 3 like jobbers on Dynamite doesn't work for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it doesn't even make sense. Why do just 3 random people who never tagged can get title shots? Why?
Yeah.
Why even put this belt together if that? When they were talking about the trios titles, excited because they actually had legitimate established trios teams, and then they put this together, and then you had a couple big things when the Elite were the champs, and now it's the House of Black, that's an established team, but they just wrestle 3 random people all the time.
I'm not sure what they could do with the House of Black to get people interested. Maybe they should hit more on the Julia Hart stuff, like this pure girl that they have corrupted. Maybe they should have like more of a Macho Man kind of vibe with that, where like people are wanting her to be good again or something. I don't know. It's just not working, but they need to try something else with those guys, because it's just not. I'm not intrigued. I'm not intrigued.
Yeah, I'm not either. I hate the weird lighting stuff. That stuff never works.
I'm not too down on it, but I don't think it's necessary. I mean, it's not like people are going to be like, I'm scared of these guys. Scary stuff just doesn't work in wrestling unless you're like 8 or probably 7. I mean, nobody's getting scared.
Oh my God, Martha, did you see that? The House of Black, they're all spooky. They're saying that you can get disqualified. Woo!
And like the Acclaim, they did have, during their rap, they said they didn't need to pick a I thought they should have picked a stipulation, because I mean, that would add something. That would add something to like.
Why even have it as a rule?
Yeah, I mean, they should have had something, I thought, instead of we don't need one. I thought they should have something. Like, maybe they'd be like another dumpster. Like, we can throw, this is a dumpster match or something, because they did that with the Guns. Or something. I mean, something to make it different. I mean, don't have that in there and just be like, well, we don't want it.
Some guy just messaged me calling me sis.
Sis. Maybe
sis, I got the bad news today from the doctor. He says I have a rare type of cancer that they have no cure for, and I'm going to pass away. Well, this sucks, but I don't know why. They will try some new shit, but they just don't know. No chemo or anything like that. So they told me to live while I can. So I guess
that guy he's got the wrong number.
So I guess they're saying I have no clue.
Read it all. Come on now. That guy's got the wrong number.
Now he's telling me he loves me. Then at the end, it's asking for money.
Oh, well, okay.
Fuck.
You know what that's about then.
Fuck you and your fake ass cancer. Well, I hope he's all right.
Yeah. I think he's all right. I think that was probably just fishing for some guy in India or Nigeria.
It's very true. Jackson says, "What kind of cancer do they have a cure for?" Very true. It's not a rare type. Anyway. If that's all real, I'm sorry for the man. So then we went on to Jade Cargill with fucking smart Mark Sterling, who fucking blows. Fuck this guy. Why is he on TV? Who the hell thinks this guy's entertaining?
Took on Taya Valkyrie.
Taya Valkyrie, yeah.
Yeah, and that was the match. I think this didn't really like.
It wasn't.
If you want to use Taya Valkyrie, she doesn't click very well with Jade. I mean, they've already had one match, and now this is the second one where it hasn't really necessarily set the world on fire. And it's not good that they bring out another person after Taya, and then she like has the big moment. I mean, or does that leave Taya at this point? You know,
like I really don't know what you do with Taya. I kind of think maybe that's just the end of Taya's run here, but
maybe
they don't work well together. It's a weird dynamic because Taya's actually as big, or she's bulkier than Jade, and just as tall, maybe even a little taller.
Yeah.
And Jade's thing is she's so much bigger and stuff than the other women and bigger presence. So if you do that match, you have to really showcase that it's the battle of the two, like a big man versus big man match, big woman versus big woman. But they never do. They never really bring up that they're both like equally as big. And Taya, I like her. She was on my Without Your Head show and stuff. But yeah, I don't think it really works here.
Yeah.
And so the match was very clunky, I thought. Jade's not, a lot of times, not particularly good in long competitive matches. She's probably better in a match where it's either quick or she's really doing most of the offense.
I think they went all out, though, for their entrances. Like, on both.
The entrances were great.
Yeah.
The entrances were great. I really liked I had no idea who the woman was singing with Jade, but it was a cool entrance. Acknowledge me! Whose
Tyler
balls are big enough?
Tyler Stevens. I don't know. Who's are?
It's not about the balls. It's about the meat. It's not about the potatoes. It's about the steak.
It reminds me of our scissoring days. But
steaks are getting all entangled.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So Chris Statlander. So Jade wins, and they're like, no one's left to challenge her or whatever. So Chris Statlander runs out. I'm all good with this. Gets a big reaction, but you can't have the babyface run out and beat the heel after the heel had a competitive match, because I'm not even just wrestling. Basic storytelling, your hero has to overcome. So they have to be the underdog. They have to not even just the underdog, but they have to overcome something to be heroic. That's what being a hero is. So if you're if the villain is at a disadvantage and you beat them, that's not a heroic deed. It's always been my problem when a babyface wins Money in the Bank. It's the same idea. And so I'm not against Chris Statler winning the title, but I don't think this was a good way to have done.
I'm against it based upon her comments about West Virginia.
And can she stay healthy?
Me.
She's very injury prone, unfortunately.
That's true.
But I do think she's one of the better women's wrestlers in AEW.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, I did think I don't think it was
of all the matches in history to copy, why copy WrestleMania 9 finish?
Well, it wasn't quite like that. But
that was when Brett lost to Yoko, and then Hogan came out and beat Yoko.
Mm-hmm. So at this point, I actually, I didn't like hate this show or anything like that, but I did think this was one of the weaker, if not maybe the weakest AEW pay-per-views at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought
I would agree that, you know, things weren't exactly clicking throughout the show.
Yeah.
And
I don't think it was a bad show, but honestly,
it
the AEW pay-per-views to me are always a huge highlight of the year.
Yeah, yeah.
And so it was fine, but overall, it's like, I don't know. It's weaker for an AEW pay-per-view. I think there's a couple reasons. Well, some of the finish, whatever, but also you had so many guys in the next two matches and a lot of people in the Battle Royal instead of usually spreading those people out. But I was like, these next two matches have to deliver, and I really thought they did. MJF, Sammy Guevara, Darby Allin, Jungle Boy. This was way better than I expected it to be. This was one of the best, if not the best, 4A matches I've seen.
You had Sammy Guevara. He announced that Ty Conti. Sorry, Tyler or Steven here in the chat room. Ty Conti is pregnant by Sammy Guevara.
Damn.
So sorry. He's a big Ty fan, but we won't tell his wife that. But so that they had some yeah, you know, you brought them all out. And I love the MJF thing kind of working into that, where he said, like, come on, Sammy, you got a baby on the way. You know, you just need to lay down for me and take the money. And then Sammy's agreed to do it at first. And then Sammy was laying down, and then he bamboozled him. He didn't take the money. He was going for the belt.
I like that spot. George went for the small package.
Darby's vignette. I thought that was awesome. The whole Elvis thing, that was just so fucking bizarre.
Yeah, it was so I don't know what the hell was that. But
it was just like they're getting married, and then Darby comes in. He starts beating up the groom because he has the MJF mask on.
Yeah.
Was that going into like MJF's marriage being called off?
I don't know.
I'm not sure what the deal was with that, but anyways, and then Elvis is like, "Oh man," he's like, "You got to help me bury him, Elvis." He's like, "Won't be the first time, man." And Elvis is on the skateboard, just going back and forth. I thought that was so strange, but I was entertained. So who cares?
Someone in the on the Facebook group chat was like, "Oh, it should have been the Honky Tonk Band." I was like, yeah, that would have been kind of fun.
That would have been sweet if Honky did it.
Yeah. So no, that was just so just very bizarre. I'm a huge fan of Darby Allin. I would like to eventually see him actually be champion, but not right now because the MJF is champ is where you should be at the moment.
MJF had the huge throne that was up on top, and it kind of lowered him down.
Yeah. That was pretty sweet. He had like the
he liked doing
on.
that devil gimmick on the pay-per-views.
Yeah.
He always has the devil mask.
Yeah, it works.
The big defenses.
I thought his tights were cool. The other tights with the with the MJF on the back. Now, see, he's a guy who was always, ever since he came here, one of the best talkers. Great heel performer, a great heel, you know, all this stuff. And then he's got himself in the best shape I've ever seen him in. And over this last year, I think he's proven he's also a great in-ring wrestler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he's full package as far as I'm concerned. I mean, maybe he goes a little too far out there with some of his stuff he does. I mean,
like it.
I don't know if he needed to motorboat the lady in the front row at one of those shows. Stuff like that. I think he might go a little too far out, but I think all in all, I mean, he is the full package. And I mean, AEW, he is an asset, and I think they need to keep him around if he does want to go to WWE.
It was funny. So I saw in the group people like, "Oh my God, did you see Tony Khan's face was priceless during the media scrum when MJF brought up WWE and stuff." So I went and watched it, and I was like, dude, you guys just got like totally played, because it was obvious. Like, I actually thought they were like so goofy expressions by Tony Khan, but it's funny because he's like, it was like obvious, like
acting.
Yeah, which is fine. And plus, I'm thinking like, it's been the guy's on-air gimmick for like years, so why would he be shocked?
I haven't seen this. I didn't.
And
know
actually,
about
what he
this.
said was like, when I said I'm going to take my ball and go home, it's not to go to the WWE. It's just I'm just going to retire as champion and go home, which I thought was kind of funny.
That's funny. But yeah, the match was fun. I mean, I enjoyed it for the most part.
Yeah, I thought it was great. And then another thing from the media scrum, I saw people were getting all pissed because in the media scrum, MJF said he couldn't care less about anyone in New Japan Pro Wrestling. That's just like an indie fed, and they're all like,
He's doing that to get heat.
Yeah, and it's like, dude, you guys you guys are totally letting him play, which is cool. That's good.
Fall into it, hate him
Yeah.
for it. I mean, that's what he's wanting. I mean, he doesn't actually think that though. I mean, but if you guys want to believe it, go ahead. He knew that's because he's done the thing about Cornette, being Cornette's favorite wrestler. He's doing that to get heat. I mean, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And I know what he's doing because I'm in the know. I'm the king of all the marks.
Exactly. So
aware of this stuff.
The idea of the main event, so you have the two main events. The world title doesn't go last, but I think they probably made the right choice because the next match is so crazy, you're going to totally kill the crowd, and it would be hard to follow it with a wrestling match.
Mm-hmm. I was a little concerned when the band started coming out to play for the Blackpool Combat Club, the Wild Thing tune, because it looked like the man was in blackface. But he had like a red thing coming down here, and it was actually a mask.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is just like the weirdest attire.
But if you look the guy up, that's what he always wears.
That's what he's always wearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and blackface isn't just you're in a black mask. I know you're not saying that, but I've seen I've seen people sharing it, and I was like, come on, guys.
It's a little too close for comfort, but like I know
really
that's not what he was going for, but yeah, so but they were wailing away playing Wild Thing while they're all wrestling in the ring. It was the Elite versus.
I just thought as it went on, it really worked because it added to the chaos of everything that's happening. Mm-hmm. It's this wild brawl. Everyone's going crazy, and you got this crazy band playing. It sounds like like they're not like a really sharp band. It sounds like maybe something like a live band you'd hear at a club, and so it added to all this wackiness, this wild feeling, almost like a New Jack match. And then they kept repeating it. And then it was funny when they did the super kick spot because it's like they were on the third replay of the song. And then the Young Bucks go up and kick him in the face.
That's because he revealed that he was a Blackpool Combat.
That was pretty awesome.
And so that ended the music for the night. And it was probably the right time to do it because, I mean, it was getting a little long at that point, and I think they nailed the spot to end it and carry on with the match.
Yeah, if you did it too soon, it wouldn't have the same payoff.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, because the years before, I think Jericho pulled the plugs and ended it for him and all that.
They sing it twice. Yeah.
I love the spot with Claudio in the back with the fans. He had Matt Jackson, and he was doing the big swing, and he swung him into like a trash can. I thought that was pretty awesome. And then they started brawling into the back of a truck bed, which is pretty great.
Yeah, this was just nonstop craziness. I loved all those spots. Taking the thumbtacks in the feet is always...
Oh, my God.
That always makes me cringe, especially because, one, I've had, not often, but several times in my life stepped on a thumbtack, and then to think of having, like, 20 in your foot. It's like, you just know that
he's not going to be walking good for a week now, I would say.
Yeah,
that is pretty rough, but I mean, yeah, so Matt was, stuck in the truck and Claudio came back to the ring and he was brawling with everybody, and that led into Matt coming back, and probably one of the most shocking moments I've ever seen in a wrestling ring. The exploding super kick
party. I love this spot.
How could you not love that, Vic Schiavone? How could you not love that? I loved it.
It was my brother's favorite spot of the show. He popped, I popped, my mom popped.
I know it makes no sense. I mean, I guess you could load your foot with explosives and
I
go
mean,
out there,
honestly, there's
but-
the way dumber stuff in wrestling. You could put explosives in your foot and kick someone if you really wanted to.
Yeah. And it was totally shocking. I did not expect it. And
No.
when I seen it, I was just like, fuck, man, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and it was.
I don't care. It was
awesome.
fun.
I loved it too. Look, when I'm watching wrestling, I don't sit there thinking, "Well, this is a real legitimate, athletic competition." So there's sometimes stuff goes to me, stuff where they're teleporting or stuff with Bray Wyatt when they're like at the matches in someone's brain. To me, that's too far. But this stuff I liked. This was it was just fun. It was crazy.
I liked it, and I think
Simply Ravishing
it's
joined
fun.
the Headyverse. I did it, and it was the best decision of my life. Good man.
it's a fun thing, and that kind of led into the Blackpool Combat Club wanting to know what his boot was loaded with. So they took off his shoe, and then that led into the thumbtack spot. I liked,
Right.
they're selling the screwdriver again because Hangman Page removed his eye patch, and his eye was still, it was all healed. It was good. And then, so I guess that made Bryan Danielson want to finish the job. And so they're doing the whole screwdriver spot again, and it was good stuff. Don Callis got involved in the end, and they had like a moment where Don was in trouble because Kenny was about to get on him, and so it looks like that Don, because they made the save for him, the Blackpool Combat Club, looks like he is involved with the Blackpool Combat Club. Which I think is a good move. I mean,
Yeah,
it'd be better if the guy was from Blackpool, and like, he could take over the ranks that William Regal fucked up.
He's such a slimy guy. He's a great heel manager. I like it. I like Takashita. Takashita. I don't know how I say name, but
Takashita.
I've been saying ever since he was there, like they really need to find a spot for him. I think everyone's been on the same spot, same boat. And so I'm glad that he's there. And then from what I understand, after it went off the air, Kenny teased that two guys were going to come in to help even the odds.
Yeah.
And so people think that's Bushi, I believe, and it's two New Japan guys.
Yeah. Well, and I also noticed there was a cameraman who was totally covered up throughout the entire show. Did he stay undercover like that for the
Well, I don't
entire
know.
show, or maybe they switched somebody out? I noticed that he had a mask on and everything. Like, who the hell is that guy? So I'm not sure if he worked as a cameraman for the entire show, or maybe they made a switch at some point. But that was a pretty cool reveal that he, ripped the mask off, and then it was him. And so he's a new member of the Blackpool Combat Club. So maybe now that he's a heel, he can do better chops for Ric Flair.
Woo!
I'm sure Rick came in and showed him how to do them after he publicly humiliated the man for it.
That's the way it goes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So those last two matches I thought were awesome. So it made it a
I
really
agree.
enjoyable pay-per-view.
I agree. Overall, like the beginning of I mean, it wasn't like it was bad. You had some moments that were bad, and some of the matches were a little flat.
Yeah.
Adam Cole one I thought ended poorly, but I think the last two matches really sent it home good. It made it worth your while just to see those two matches, and I will say thumbs up for the show, most definitely.
Yeah, I really enjoyed myself.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. There was a NXT show that same night. I did not see it, even though it was in according to the Headyverse in my hometown, which is not my hometown, but it is in my home state.
That I did not watch the NXT show, but everything else I have seen.
Really?
Everything. Well, not everything, but mostly everything. I watched ROH. I watched Monday Night Raw. I watched SmackDown. I watched what else was on? Rampage. I watched.
Really?
I watched Dynamite from last week. So I've been wrestling it up. I've seen it all. I watched the Saudi show. The Saudi show was on too. There's a lot of big stuff happening on that.
Saudabot had a show.
No, not Saudabot. The Saudi Arabia show.
Oh yeah, did
you watch it?
No.
Jack, there was a big turn at the end of the show.
Really?
Probably aware of it. Jimmy and Jay. I believe it was Jimmy. He gave Roman Reigns the big super kick.
Super kick party!
But it did not explode. Maybe that was the idea behind it. They're like, that super kick they did in Saudi Arabia.
You should have did a beheaded super kick for Saudi. That would have got a pop from the crowd a bit.
I'll say this. I think Jimmy, when he kicked him, and Jay wasn't on board with it, like he was kind of like wishy-washy, I thought it would have been great if Jay would have been like, all right, then we need to finish this. And they really started attacking Roman Reigns, but that's not what happened. He was like kind of like beside himself, not knowing what to do because his brother just super kicked Roman Reigns and turned on him. And he was like, it's me and you now. And he let him out of the ring. Mm-hmm. They also super kicked a Solo. So that's what won the match for Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens. So they retained the belts in Saudi Arabia. The Saudi Arabian fans, they seemed like they loved Sami Zayn. I didn't think it'd be like that, but it appeared that they loved
my mom watched
Sami
the show.
Zayn.
Yeah, she said they were great and loved Asuka.
Which is not what you would expect. Yeah, Asuka, they were big on her too, and she won the belt from Bianca Belair.
Yeah, I'm very happy about that. I'm a big Asuka fan, not a big fan of Belair. Asuka's one of my favorites. I saw Road Dogg's birthday was today, and they asked him questions, and he said that was his favorite modern wrestler. Is Asuka.
Asuka? Ah, cool.
You didn't know?
Oh, you didn't know? Your ass better call somebody. He said that he stole the belt that he had to give back for the Hidden Treasures thing. It was like the title that he carried. I think it was it IC one or European?
Oh, yeah.
I forget which one it was that he carried as a singles. And he thought it was the one that he had, and so he had it, and he's like, I may have stole this.
What the hell?
But it's like, so he returned it to him. So he didn't ask for any money for it. But
Jackson, though, I mean, he could have said lots of people in WWE. I mean, he didn't have to say Asuka. He could have said Roman Reigns or something. So I thought it was interesting he said Asuka.
Mm-hmm. He's sharing his true feelings, I guess.
Yeah.
Can't call the man a liar.
I think if he was just saying it because he was WWE, you'd probably say like Cody Rhodes or Reigns or something like that.
Cody Rhodes.
Did he lose?
That was pretty awesome. Freaking Cody Rhodes got beat again by Brock Lesnar. It was like, oh, poor Cody with his little broken arm trying to sell.
I was reading the plans are for next WrestleMania now. It's going to be him going for the IC title against Gunther.
Cody Rhodes?
Yeah.
Hope Gunther beats him. See, he's already being downgraded, though. It's like he was in the title picture. Now he's IC title. Yeah, I love it. Thank you, Vince McMahon. I've never wanted Vince McMahon to be Vince McMahon like I've wanted Vince McMahon to be Vince McMahon. Right?
I actually kind of think Vince is the guy that was rooting for him. And maybe now that Triple H is back, he's like, yeah, I remember all the times you were destroying the throne.
I don't know about it. I think Vince had him intertwined into his web. He's waiting for that right moment where he knew.
I mean, that is very typical of him to like to destroy people. Cody's daddy never won the IC title. No, he did not. I don't think he ever had any belt in the WWE.
He had some polka dots. Won't be long, and Cody Rhodes will have his own matching pair.
I wouldn't doubt it. Then he'll start putting that over like it was great. They always say that Dusty didn't like that, and so it would kind of annoy him when people would just like bring that up all the time.
Yeah, but he puts it over saying like, "Well, I got it over," and just
Right.
because he's a
Well,
fake son of a bitch
No,
who always
I
wants to
no.
put things over.
I
that he
will say
does.
I think that is true. That was a very poor gimmick to give anybody, and he did get it over because, like him or not, he's very charismatic and was connected with the crowd.
Full of shit.
So I fully support Dusty on that.
Full of shit. Dusty Rhodes.
You think that if they would have put polka dots on just about anybody else, that would have got over? It would have just been look at this idiot.
It's nothing that Terry Taylor did. He got a rooster over.
They're both terrible.
That had to be like Vince wanting to destroy him. How could anybody think that's a good idea?
No one could. Only Bruce. What's his name?
Bruce Pritchard.
What
Awfully
a
could
bunch
be
of
gory.
bullshit. Who gets all the pussy in the hen house? The rooster. Like, what the fuck you talking about? So what's he gonna start fucking chickens?
Mighty Lexar, he's in the chat room. He says, Alexa Bliss is pregnant. Are you happy? Jack, are you happy about
I'm
Alexa
happy.
Bliss?
Yes. You know why? Because now I don't need to see her wrestle.
With that awful Bray Wyatt gimmick that they had her doing.
Yeah, it's the worst.
I think she was all about being
I think
part
that
of
ruined her career.
Yeah,
I never liked
it
her.
did. I liked her as Little Miss Bliss and all that.
Now she's damaged goods. I'm just joshing.
Oh, she's not damaged goods, Jackie Jones. She's not like Trish Stratus or anything.
She's like big time champ or something, isn't she?
Trish Stratus, she beat Becky Lynch with her match. Yeah, she beat Becky Lynch because the new girl from NXT interrupted what's her name? I forget her name. Zoe Starks.
I don't know.
Zoe Starks. She interrupted the match. Like she was underneath the ring and she came out and did a whole thing. But I don't know. Becky Lynch. I don't know. And then her husband won the big new belt. So he
just
beat
what you
AJ
need:
Styles.
3 world titles on one show.
Yeah.
One company and 3 world titles.
I'll say this. I fucking hate the Seth Rollins new character, the whole thing.
Yeah, I've hated it too.
I freaking hate
People
it.
seem
I
to
think
love
it's
it for some
embarrassing. But when he comes out,
People
are into it. I'll give him credit. I mean, I think it's fucking terrible. This is like my Jim Cornette moment right here. It's fucking Seth Rollins. I fucking hate it, but he is getting over, and I do recognize it. So maybe I don't know everything, but damn.
Lexar loves it.
You like the Seth Rollins character? You like that he has the new big belt? Do you want that belt, Lexar?
Are you in a different house?
No,
Did you
I
break
don't.
into someone's home?
That's the same crib. I know those cabinets. There it is.
I thought maybe you were invading homes with Tazo.
Yeah, it could be not a bad.
That's gonna be your new job. You're gonna start being a home invader.
Why not?
There you go, Incher. Is that something you condone? Hello, what's happening? I love wrestling from David Paul Mead. That's on the Facebook page. Hello, Paul.
What's up, David? David Paul Mead.
Smoking the weed with David Paul Mead. So what's on your mind, Lexi Flexi? Sexy.
Well, let's talk about XPW last
Hell yeah.
Saturday night.
Oh
I've
yeah.
seen you're at that. You're posting a lot of pictures from it, Lexi.
Yeah. Some dildos in the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Did that
That's a Blanchard.
did they penetrate people with the dildo? What are they doing with a dildo in wrestling?
I don't know, but the last show, if you remember, someone
You were
they had,
there. You
like,
don't know what they were doing with it.
I don't know. Some fan threw it in the ring.
Really? And they just left it.
Man,
I guess.
What would you do, Jack, if a fan wandered down in your basement while you're broadcasting there and they just threw a dildo at you? What would you do?
what the fuck
You
you
get
doing
hard.
here? Man, that's whacked. So someone brought a dildo with them. Like they had it like in their pocket, their backpack, or maybe in an orifice.
Mm-hmm.
And they took it out during the match and threw it into the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Was it like a
Yep.
bring your own weapons match and they like tried to poke a guy in the eye with a dildo, or
I don't know, maybe.
was it you? Did you bring it?
I didn't
Yeah.
bring nothing.
Did you find it in your
I
mom's
just bring my
room or
own
something?
soul.
I sent him the one that Mitten sent me, so Lexar put it to good use.
It's like
the
it's like the
XPW show.
sisterhood of the traveling pants. It's gonna be the brotherhood of the traveling dildo.
So you'll never know where else that
So
dildo
Mitten
will
sent
show
it
up.
to Incher sent it to Lexar, and now Lexar's gonna send it to somebody.
There's
Sounds
your
like a
next
good time.
movie, Jack.
Damn, I wish I hadn't have thrown it out now. I wish I would have just sent it to somebody else.
Yeah, that would have been fun. All right. So what's on your mind, Lex? So how was the XPW show? Did you have a good time?
Yep. Tessa Blanchard wrestled.
Glad she's back. What did you think of her performance on the XPW show?
She did great. She never left the wrestling ring. She
Oh.
She stayed in the ring the whole time.
no, it's
Like she never left the
Oh.
wrestling ring. There was no ring rust. There was no Jeff Hardiness about her.
Nope.
No.
Yeah. but
Huge
she's
pop
also
for
not
her.
like 50 years old.
Well, that's true. I mean, she is in her prime, so.
There's a huge pop for her. Made me the internet tears. By the way, there's a spoiler alert for Raw Report. Sorry, not sorry, but there's new women's tag team champions.
Yeah, I was confused on that one.
But Corey made a comment saying there's internet tears in the forecast, and I thought
Yeah.
that was funny. So the past 3 weekends were internet tears based on wrestling you watched.
What?
Internet, people crying on the internet, basically. Corey Graves was saying,
They're unhappy. Tessa Blanchard's back in wrestling. The fans in XPW
You
was
think
there.
he was talking about Tessa
They loved it.
Blanchard?
no, I don't think.
He's on it.
I think he was saying that people would be upset that Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler are the new tag champions, but I think Liv Morgan got hurt, and I guess they didn't want to continue with the group with Shotzi, so that I think they just needed to switch the belts to keep the title strong, I guess, because, I mean, Shotzi, I mean, she didn't even win the belt with Rodriguez.
Did she have a tank?
Yep.
I think Shotzi always has the tank, so that's pretty badass. I feel like throwing a exploding super kick at Vic Schiavone right now.
Super kick party!
Super kick. What'd you think about the exploding super kick, Vic? Did you love it?
Well, it's original. I'll give them that.
Yeah, that's fun.
Thank you, Vic. Thank you. This is Lexar. Tell us more about the XPW show.
Tell us more. Tell
I'm
us
glad
more.
Tessa's back. I'm glad she's back. But yeah, tell us more. Tell us more. Was there any thumbtacks?
Oh yeah, thumbtacks, light tubes. The main event was Alex Colon takes on Masada. Big household names in pro wrestling. So they had
In their own
good
household, maybe.
They had a good long lengthy match that took outside the building. Now the building is it's not in the residential area. It's in the middle of a street, neighborhood area. You know.
Well, it is residential.
Yeah. So once they stepped outside, there were cars
Like
going
fighting some
by
guy's
looking.
lawn?
It's not a residential. It's it's like a neighborhood, but in the main streets where there's like other shops. There's a Dunkin' Donuts across the street and some flower shops and a barber shop and all that. So Masada and Cologne stepped outside the building and they wrestled outside a bit, and there were like 2 or 3 cars, just like people looking out the window to see who's they're fighting and stuff. So they went back in the ring, in the building. Good lengthy match. It was started at wrestling at first, then they bring out the weapons with trash cans, chairs, a wooden door, but no light tubes. There were light tubes, but for the matches. But Alex Colon is the new XPW champion. He now has 2 belts. I think he has the original XPW belt that was in the original XPW run, and a new belt that was made.
Yeah.
Roman Reigns, money.
Do it up. Gotta win those belts.
Belts.
Hell yeah.
I think belt is termed as like banned in WWE now.
Yeah, Vince has never liked the term belts. He wants them to be called championships. Now, come on. I know he's your boy and all, but you have to admit that's pretty stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I gotta admit. But I think he kind of got a point, because if you have put on your belt, it's a belt you hold up your pen.
They've been called belts for like over a century in boxing.
Yeah,
it's around your waist. Everyone knows he's not talking about he's gonna put on your belt to hold up your pants.
They put on their shoulders too.
To hold up their pants.
To hold exactly. Well, it's a championship belt. Has always been what the full term is. All right. How about wrestling? You're against the term wrestling too? You think it should be called sports entertainment? XPEW or XPE?
No, XPW is just full of wrestling. And ultra
exactly.
violence.
It's catch can wrestling.
With like tubes.
With
and
like
dildos.
And glass.
Dildos.
And
glass-covered dildos.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Glass-covered dildo in a pole match.
Wrap it around with barbed wire. Mm-hmm.
Now, if they were selling that, would you buy that and put up in your room a barbed wire wrapped dildo? That was used on an XPW show? Like Matt Tremont versus Masada match?
I guess.
Signed by Hoodfoot?
Yeah. I say, hey, and I show it right here in your head and say, hey, guys, look like that.
Yeah, you just have it up on your wall. Your mom would be like, what is this, Lexar?
It's a dildo wrapped in barbed wire. You wouldn't know about
she'd
it.
Be like, don't hurt yourself.
Yep, don't poke an eye.
or any other places. All right, what's on your mind, Vic Schiavone? Hey, it's a spicy meatball.
Well, my background this week is my new favorite wrestler, Asuka, because she took the belt off the EST of the WWE. So I'm paying tribute to Asuka this week for doing that.
I'm with you, Vic. I'm a big Asuka fan. Belair is a good wrestler, but I don't understand why she's supposed to be cheered or anything. And Asuka is Asuka all the way. It's one of my favorite all-around wrestlers in WWE. Great look, great wrestler, very charismatic, cool face paint. I like the mist. And she's pretty hot.
I keep reading in the sheets that they're talking about a heel turn for the Street Profits and Belair. I think that'd be the best thing they could do.
I agree 100% on Belair. She definitely would be, in my opinion, better off as a heel. Very cocky, which works as a heel. I have not seen enough of the Street Profits to really know. But I know they drink out of red cups.
And want the smoke.
And they want the smoke. I never know what that means. But anytime I've seen them, they have been good. So who watched, I assume probably everyone watched Night of Champions but me.
Oh, yeah.
I watched a little bit of it.
I watched the whole thing.
So you guys want to go over
watched
Night of Champions?
Oh,
Sure, why not?
Jonathan Jackson, do you want to go over Night of Champions?
Well, I know Jackson watched it.
Oh
He
yeah,
watched it.
man! I love that match with wasn't Yokozuna there that time?
Yeah, you know he was there. Stop fronting.
Hell yeah!
Night of Champions with Cornelius Brown versus Yokozuna. No, who was on the show? I won't be a goof.
Seth Rollins versus AJ Styles for the World Heavyweight Championship. That was the opener.
That opened the show. The new world title. Why do you need 3 world titles?
Because they like world titles.
They don't want to take it off Roman Reigns. They got to beat Punk's reign with the belts.
That's not a reason. That's a reason why the company, but it's not a reason for the show.
Yep, that's what they're thinking.
I hear myself.
Yeah.
Jack's marking out for
have it
himself.
over here and over
That guy
here.
sounds sexy.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna rub one out to my voice. Would that be weird if I pleasured myself to my own voice live on the podcast?
Crazy.
Not at all.
No.
No,
It'll be
that'd
interesting,
probably be
though.
pretty normal. Hits through the roof. Hit those like buttons, people. Smash the like button.
Smash it.
Smash the button. Smash the button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button.
I'll
Share it.
smash the-
Leave a comment.
I'll smash the button while you smash your thingy.
What the hell?
Smash your what?
Did he say smash my stinky or my
Did he
thingy?
say smash my dinghy? What?
Smash your weenie.
Damn, this
You
show.
said
I
smash
this
your
show.
weenie, Jack.
Can't believe Tara's in the chat and she's listening to all this filth.
I know. Filthy
You haven't
men
said
here.
anything since.
I feel honored to be welcomed to the show by Masturbation Chat.
Hello, Gooser! Gooser! Time to hit your finger.
Hit your thing.
And Jack yourself, Paul.
Hell yeah! I think that's a good way to. Yeah, that's a good time. So after they after they had that match, what else is going on?
So I didn't expect this opening match to main event the show, but I thought putting it on first, in a way, I thought, well, this is what they think of their new world heavyweight title.
Yeah, that's another problem with all these multiple world titles. They don't want to put them back to back because then you have like 2 world title matches. So often they have one opening the show or whatever. Plus, they didn't even have the other world title on this show.
Nah, I was there.
So what the hell? This makes no sense.
They just, they had to put him on first so he didn't pass Roman by, because then he'd be like, ooh.
Then I saw they immediately, like, where they put out an ad, like, buy the replica of them. I was like, come on, jeez.
You got to get their money back somehow.
How much is the new replica?
2 world titles is insane. 3!
Does it have an owl on it? I want the one that has the owl on it.
No, but it had like the eagle wings on the belt.
I'm looking it up.
I don't think so.
The eagle wings are on the WWE
You're thinking
logo.
like Hulk Hogan in the 1980s.
Yeah, that was the 1980s, Lexa.
Hulk Hogan didn't open the show when he was champ. They're like WrestleMania 3. We're starting it off with Andre the Giant versus Hulk Hogan.
Well, here we go.
I think the people in Saudi Arabia thought Hogan was there.
Probably.
$500.
Hell yeah.
You can have the new belt.
Is that an NFT?
NFTs,
Hopefully
I'm
not
glad
an
I
NFT.
put all my money into them. I put my life savings into NFT.
I put a big investment into an NFT.
I sold one NFT and Inchers bought one NFT, and they are connected. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe it'll be worth something someday.
Yeah, maybe.
I know Jackson's buying them up.
No, you got to give it a few years.
Ooh, this one's on like discount.
And someone else has to buy it first, like other than one person.
The UK, the United Kingdom champion, it's on discount. It's $3.19.
Well, when the movie's playing at Gen Con entry, you should mention the Backwoods Bob NFT. Maybe you can sell it.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's like a pyramid scheme, I think. So it's like every time you sell it, then I get a cut from the original owner, and then like eventually I can make bank.
Well, Jack, you know how good of a salesman I am. So one of these
You can't
days,
sell a real fork. Never mind a picture of a fork that you could download. I don't know. I still, even though I sold them one, I still don't even understand NFTs. But we're not here to talk about NFTs.
It's about the blockchain behind the NFT, Jack.
Yeah.
Fuck
Everyone
this
knows that.
You got to buy that.
at one time, they were
I
kinda trying to get into it.
created my own NFT. What do they even call it? Not pressed it, but I went through all this through the bullshit.
Minted
I
Jason
minted it.
mint
Non-fungible token.
Exactly. I actually have 2 NFTs. The other one no one ever bought, but they did buy the Backwoods Bob, and the Backwoods Bob NFT. It's limited to 1. There's only 1. It's not like a dozen or whatever. There's 1. 1 in existence, and it's owned by the OIB. And I think everyone here should just keep out, buying it back and forth till it skyrockets.
Like the aliens find that, like it's on a hard drive, and that's the only thing they find. Like,
But if you know me, I'm not exactly a fan of selling things.
Man, he's gonna hoard it. He's gonna have a big hoard of NFTs.
Oh man.
that system that you bought all the games for, that the system never came out. That's basically like buying NFTs.
Kind of, yeah. They're still claiming the system's coming out. The people are still saying it's coming out, even though they're like almost bankrupt. It seems like, according to particular sources, allegedly, and all that good stuff. But yes, Jonathan Jackson, did you love the Night of Champions?
Yeah. Who's that?
He's pretending still, Jack.
Wait. Just give me a moment. I'm trying to rack my brain here. I don't know what the fuck. What happened on that goddamn show?
Well, Seth Rollins beat AJ Styles in the first matchup that Lexar was bringing up
For the 24/7 title. That's right. Who cares about that?
Mhm.
Next, what's the next match on there?
Next match was Trish versus Becky.
Oh, it's time to rock and roll. This time I'm in control. Right now, got the keys to the city.
Like,
something. Oh, it's time to
yeah.
rock and roll. This
This
time
time
I'm in control.
Did
Did she lose control of that? Actually, how good did those full body suits look? Were they good?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
I mean, the full body suits, did they have any design, or were they just really indescript?
Well,
So
Becky
Becky
looked like she was
her-
doing the Bruce Lee kind of thing.
Our Kill Bill Volume 2, The Bride.
Well, yeah, that's where they.
She's trying to be a NASCAR driver.
Oh, damn.
No,
She
it
got
is
a helmet
Kill
on?
Bill. It is Kill Bill. AJ, I just got here and I'm dying. Well, I hope you meant of laughter and not of death.
Oh, man. Not dying,
Facebook
but dead.
user says.
Says blank. Whoa.
Blank. You always get a good insight from that Facebook user.
Exactly. All right. So what was the next match? And how was this match? Was it fucking sweet?
Well, go ahead, Steven.
I
Were
would
you
say
jerking it?
as long as the objective is to build Zoe Stark into like
Ooh.
a main event character, I have no problem with how this is going to go. If Trish is going to become the new manager or mentor of Zoe Stark, and in a feud with Becky Lynch.
So, what's the deal with Trish here? You're your fellow Torontonian. It's like, is she out of money? Is that why she's back to wrestling? Was the yoga not exactly bringing in and paying the bills? What's the deal here?
I guess her kids are old enough so that she can go back on the road, and I think she's going to work a lot more. That's what I was reading.
That kid ain't old enough. That kid ain't old enough. It was only a few years. She was talking about having it. How old is
Some
that
women
kid?
breastfeed their kid until they're like 7.
When Trish go into the Hall of Fame?
Maybe Trish is like that.
I didn't know
I'm
you were
going to
supposed
do
to
some
ever stop.
investigative journalism here. I'm going to... Trish...
Breastfeeds their kid until 7. Do that one.
Lexar, do you still breastfeed?
Trish was inducted in 2013, so let me see.
10 years ago.
2023. What? Take it away.
Yeah, her kid's a full-grown adult now.
He's 10 years old, Steven. Well, he was
old
in the
enough to
belly
watch
then.
wrestling. What do you think? A 10-year-old is like, I don't understand what the hell's on the table.
Well, he's saying that he can take care of himself, he or she.
No,
It's
I
like
think he said that he. Well, I don't
it's
think he
probably
said
only
that he's
9.
out driving and working like on the farm or something.
Hitting the
He said,
hard
like
Damn
he's
it,
old
they
enough
still
to
have
watch
their
the
baby
wrestling.
teeth. God damn
He's
it.
like
still
Baby
needs the breast
Huey
milk, that's
smoking
what
the
it is.
cigars.
She's
and-
got all the money. She don't need to just be there all the time, wiping his ass and stuff.
Hey,
She could hire
Mom,
some.
why don't you get on your hands and knees and bark like a dog for me?
Maybe
God,
she
to the
came
drawer,
back
get to the
since
store, get me
Vince
some
is
more
back.
Jack.
Yeah.
Maybe
Daddy
the
Vince is
NDA
back.
ran out. It's like, I ain't getting the NDA money anymore. I got to come back and have another run.
Time to rock and roll. She's got the keys to the city.
Or
actually
maybe,
did
you
get
know
the
what?
keys to the
She's just doing it for the love of the game.
Didn't they give her the key to the city, Steven?
You got the key to the city in Niagara Falls. Yeah.
Yeah.
Niagara Falls.
She's
I
a-
saw Lexar was tagging me in that, and I said,
I saw Lexar tagging you
waterfall
out of that
doesn't
ass.
have a door, so how can you use a key? on
I
it?
spent an evening with my good friend Jason Mitten at Niagara Falls. Just two dudes hanging out.
Did you kiss?
It's a good time here. Things got real steamy and it was moist from all the water.
Sometimes when we touch, it almost seems too much.
I asked Intra to come, but he will say, I'm not going with you.
I never can come for you, Jack.
Not that I care.
You know you're begging for it.
Who was this last match? It was like Martha or something.
Martha Hart.
Zoe Stark. Did you
Zoe
say?
Stark, Zoe Stark hit this 360 move on Becky, threw her back in the ring, and Trish picked her and pinned her and beat her. Yeah, and then we got.
It's a legendary match. God, I want more, please.
Oh, we're gonna get more actually.
Oh, thank the
Hell
heavens.
yeah, I loved it. Yeah.
This is so much better than AEW shows. Oh my gosh. Thanks
Chick
so
kick,
much,
chick
AEW.
kick. Yeah.
Why you thumbs up in that, Lexar? I'm being sarcastic.
I'm not.
Billy Starks or whatever the fuck her name.
So next up was Mustafa Ali versus Gunther.
Oh,
Match
boy.
I was dying to see.
Uh-huh.
Stop Ali.
Was this an hour Broadway?
So like Gunther played with him for a little while, and then he got serious and just beat the crap out of him, and I think disposed of Mustafa, even though they were trying to build Mustafa Ali as like a local hero. They did a whole video for him, and
Yeah, I saw that. It was bad.
yeah. So next up, you were talking about this earlier, Bianca Belair versus Asuka. And I didn't think, I didn't think that Bianca was going to lose the belt. I thought she was going to keep it, but no, they put it on Asuka. I thought, this is probably, but also isn't she also on SmackDown, even though she just won the Raw title? But they're both on the SmackDown roster. It's like,
let's see, they moved Bianca to SmackDown, right? And is Asuka's on SmackDown as well?
I think Asuka's on SmackDown too. I think.
Well, yeah, so the belt stays where it's at then.
So they're never going to switch the belts. They're just going to keep the red title.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not going to exchange belts?
I just thought they did that after Backlash.
Oh, so they haven't done that yet.
They haven't done that yet. So your new Raw champion, who's a regular on SmackDown, is Asuka. So,
hell yeah! I was surprised they went so creepy with the face paint when being in Saudi Arabia. Like I thought they didn't like demon people or something like that. Like, what's the deal with that, Jack?
For you, I think.
What? Well, you do that freaky mind games thing, and it scares me. But
I think they said
I thought that's why they wouldn't let Alex Black
clown?
over there or something. Thought they didn't like the demon on his back tattoo or something like that.
That's for the men. For the women, they already assume that they're demons. That's why they have them covered up.
Yeah, they're not real people.
Oh, I see. How big is our listenership in Saudi Arabia?
We honestly, when I used to keep track of that, we actually we used to have a pretty big audience inside. Honestly, I'm not joking. It was U.S. and England's always been huge for us, and then Canada, and then Australia was pretty big. I don't know if it still is, and then honestly, Saudi Arabia was right behind those.
Wasn't India up there too?
Yeah, India was for a while. Yeah, I haven't checked it for a long time, but I remember Saudi Arabia, then there was stuff where there's one person, at all these weird, but below US and England's always the top, then Canada was probably right under that, Australia, we had listeners, India, like you said, but I think, and then either right around India or right below it was Saudi Arabia and Japan. I think Japan we had a few for a little while. Not a lot, but we had a few people actually even used to call in, remember? Or would be in the chat anyway.
Goosey, have you seen Night of Champions?
I used to think, honestly, the Saudi Arabia people were probably people that were stationed there.
Oh.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
I do remember one guy emailed us about listening to the show while he was stationed there in the military.
Yeah.
I did not see Night of Champions. I did see the little ending.
Oh, I remember. Sorry, it was actually the my cooking shows. My cooking shows had a really big audience in Saudi Arabia, and
so
I used to think
even us.
it was honestly the cooking shows because I used
Saudi
to think
Prince wants you more than me.
they would show them and they'd be like this. It would be like they were talking about the ugly American and why they hate America, and they would just show me cooking these giant things of meat. I'm sorry, Goosey. The stage is yours, my friend.
I did not see Night of Champions. I saw the end where the Usos turned, I guess, and I saw where Sami Zayn finally got enough money to not be afraid to go to Saudi Arabia.
I will say I saw tweets and stuff, and he was praying to Mecca or whatever the hell they do there. So he did seem, seemed genuine that he was happy to be there. I'll say that.
Which 6 months ago, all of a sudden, he was too fearful for his life. It's just odd, but
well, he did do a house show there, from what I've heard. But
yeah,
I will say he was over, and he did cut a promo. And what is that they speak over there? Farsi or what? What is it? That's Indian, ain't it? Or what the hell do they? Huh?
They speak English.
They speak English.
I know
the whole show was in English.
It was funny the other day.
Sammy did a promo.
Stellar Stevens says they speak Arabic. I think it was yesterday. It was either yesterday. No, it was Monday. I was at the coffee shop, and I was sad because my girls weren't there. But there used to be the one girl, then the other girl. Like they kind of started to compete. But anyway, we'll get into that some other day. There, it was two new people. I was like, "Fuck this! I ain't gonna get any free shit from these two assholes." So the one guy spoke no English at all. And he just kept trying to tell me to like wait for the woman to come in. I couldn't understand what he was saying. He couldn't understand a word I said. So finally she came in from back, took my order, made my order. And then like she forgot one of the things. So then she gave me an extra one. So anyway, so I did get some free. So I'm sitting there drinking my coffee. And I noticed every person came in the same way. The guy couldn't talk. I mean, I'm not just saying he wasn't perfect in English. He spoke no English. And then I just thought, what is this guy's purpose? He's just standing there doing nothing, being confused. The woman has to come out from the back working, then wait on the people and make the stuff because he doesn't know how to make anything because he can't understand what they're saying. And so I put all this on Facebook, and then people start calling me racist and saying, well, people have to speak Spanish and all stuff. Assholes! It was a white kid who's speaking French. I never said he was Latino or anything. They just assumed I'm attacking a Mexican guy, which I wasn't. It was a white kid speaking French, and he didn't speak a lick of English. So, shame on you for just assuming you're the racist ones, not me.
Maybe the guy was robbing the place and he just couldn't complete the job because more people kept coming in.
I assume he's French Canadian. We get a lot of French Canadians in the summer, but they usually speak English. But I'm very confused what his purpose is.
Why would he come here to get a job? Like, what the hell? Were they only hiring in Sandwich?
I work in a Asian restaurant, and my boss is Chinese, and he can barely speak English, and I cannot convey to him some stuff, and it's very frustrating. So I understand, and I'm gonna get a different job because of it, because I cannot communicate with.
Yeah. Maybe you should get a book with pictures and just flip through and point at stuff.
I gotta I don't know.
You got a cell phone? You can use Google Translate. Google Translate.
Just like it. That's what they used to do in Star Trek.
I'm a very patient man, but working at a job like that, anyway.
You're just
at least that's an Asian place, so you assume the guy owns it.
Just learn Mandarin. Stop being lazy.
There you go. John Cena did it.
I'm in my hometown where I was born at. And
my hometown.
Whatever. I sound like a racist, but I don't know. It's I got to get a different job because I can't.
No reason to get a different job. Just get you a cell phone with Google Translate, and then just when you want to say.
They would be offended if I did that.
They would.
That guy would, because it'd be no, shut up, no, look. Whatever.
So what if you learned his language? Would he be impressed?
I like wrestling. I don't know. I'm not gonna learn nothing. I'm an idiot.
Put him in a headlock.
There you go. Yeah, give him an
airplane. I thought about gorilla pressing him into a
You said he's Asian, so he's probably got some fireworks around. Load up your boot with some firecrackers and give him a super kick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that show. It would have given. Okay. I got you. That's why I come on this.
Exactly, it's educational. Yeah.
Okay.
And if anyone asks why you did that, tell them OIB told me.
No. It's Jackie Jones.
So what was the next match? I think we're up to match 3.
So blink or you'll miss it because Rhea Ripley beat Natty Neidhart in under 2 minutes.
Good.
God damn, squashed her.
I like how Rhea Ripley was walking out and she's like, "Happy birthday, Natty." And then she just looked at the crowd and said, "You're all pathetic." And then she left.
Damn.
I did. You know what? I saw, photos from this, and I will say Rhea she still looked hot in her stuff because it's kind of almost what she would wear. It's like tight leather stuff.
Think Dominique was pleased with it, with his mommy?
What do you think now? The history of wrestling would, show that usually when they put people together and they're married to somebody else, doesn't always work out. So do you think that eventually Rhea will leave? What's that guy's name?
Buddy Murphy.
Billy Murphy. Yeah, Buddy McGee. Will she leave Buddy McGee for Dominic Mysterio?
Dominic's is engaged in real life.
Yeah, what if he
What people? You telling me that wrestlers who, if they're engaged or married, they would never think of cheating?
Yeah, Sammy Guevara would never. Wait.
What's Pam thinking about now? Sitting at home and seeing Sammy on there saying, "Oh yeah, I remember a few months ago. Oh, we're just friends going and riding on the roller coasters. Now I knocked her up. She's having my baby." What do you think Pam's thinking now?
Exactly. What about Pam?
Oh, she's having my baby. So Rhea Ripley won. I'm good with that.
Yep. Pretty soundly on Natalia's birthday. She went all the way over to Saudi Arabia just to be squashed.
Very WWS-esque.
Yeah. Poor Natty. I know she can't have a good match, but I mean, she can, I guess, but it's I don't know.
You know what?
Just retire, Natty.
I say she deserves it.
They should bring back the farting gimmick and have her grow a growth like that other lady had.
Hell yeah. That'll teach her. That'll teach her for being loyal.
Combine it and then have a rat eat it off her face.
Mm-hmm. Would Natalya go over in AEW?
Yeah.
Probably.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she would be.
She would be a bigger star in AEW?
Well, I don't know if she would jump ship, but I thought you meant would she get over. She would definitely get over because she's a person that does that the crowd would be attracted to her because people have always wanted her to get a bigger push and have title reigns, so it would be someone that would appeal to that crowd. Something I forgot on the AEW pay-per-view, and I don't want to say what I really thought of it because I feel bad, but I'll just say the segment with for the Owen Hart tournament was very cringe.
Oh. You just didn't like the hat, that's all it was.
The hat part wasn't even the worst part to me. Is it Martha?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel bad for and everything, but that promo was not good.
She needs a manager, you're saying?
She needs a mouthpiece.
A mouthpiece, yeah. But whatever, it's just for the tournament. So
what about Lager's son? Oj, can he come out? Can he talk? Who knows?
No, he's a mute. I don't know. I don't know. What is Oj doing?
Maybe his promo is as bad as hers.
That family can't catch a break.
I don't know.
Have you ever known another Oj? Is there a lot of Ojes in Huntington, West Virginia?
None that I know of.
Lexar, you have an uncle named Oj? But anyway, that's cool.
I had a babysitter named Ovi.
Really? Was she hot?
She was 90 years old.
Oh, man.
I was 4.
Whoa.
Yeah.
She was a babysitter.
Let's see here. So, then what was after the squash of Natalya?
Okay, so next was Cody versus Brock. Now, Cody comes in with a supposedly broken arm.
Damn. They're just trying to get all the sympathy on this fucker.
But he got
a broken freaking arm. Come on, you can't say the guy's got a broken arm. The guy can't wrestle with a broken arm.
That's what they were.
He's just doing
that's just ridiculous. Say he's got I don't know, make up something halfway
believable. He can still throw a punch, and
that's less believable than a guy doing an exploding super kick.
Maybe say he's got severe brain damage. I could buy that.
Say you got gang raped in Saudi or something.
Oh Jesus!
Oh jeez!
And Brock just mangles him for it.
Where he works his ass over during the match. Lots of atomic drops. That would be a good gimmick, wouldn't it? Like if a guy just got out of prison and his first match back, like the guys giving him all these atomic drops and stuff. They're like, man, he's got a real bad ass after. All right, what's this match?
Were you saying that the prisoner would want to like sodomize the person?
No,
he's giving the atomic drops
all right.
to,
So you have okay. Here's the gimmick: a wrestler.
Saying he's rough
Listen. So this wrestler, he goes to prison. Okay, Dominic goes to prison, but he came out a hard man. But you have another guy goes to prison, and the story is you show vignettes where he just becomes a prison bitch. So he like. Oh man, this guy's getting raped every day. So then his first match after he gets out of prison, the heel, knowing that he spent all his time getting raped, he's just working over his ass the whole match because he knows like his that's his Achilles heel. So he's like giving the big atomic drop, and then Corey goes, "Oh man, that's right on this bad sphincter where Bubba was having his way with him."
I'll just say this: if Vince
this
McMahon,
is a good gimmick. This show, I've been listening to old episodes of In Your Head, so I'm remembering how I used to talk on the show. I'm trying to bring some of that back.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, if Vince McMahon brings the idea to you that you're going to be taking a bunch of atomic drops because you were a prison bitch, pack your bags and just go to AEW instantly.
That's probably how he sold it.
That is not a good gimmick to have.
I think that's how he sold it to Nails, and that's when he attacked him.
Yeah, probably.
Oh man,
it's like in a video game, like the red zone of the damage would be right around his asshole. It'd be red.
Like, think of the sympathy you'll have.
You're a prison bitch. It's a money gimmick, pal.
And then years later, Bruce Pritchard's like on his podcast saying he just didn't embrace the prison bitch gimmick.
He just
didn't
want to get into
Think
it.
about who was getting all that prison cop.
Oh man! All right, I think Tara left. What's the next?
So for a guy with a broken arm, Cody got way too much offense, but Brock finally Kimura'd him, and I guess you can pass out from a Kimura rather than screaming your head off, but that's what Brock did.
Did Brock make Cody earn it? Did he make him earn it with this match? Did he earn it? Did he earn whatever he was supposed to earn?
That broken arm.
A nice ass.
Did it with a broken freaking arm.
Like, do they tell Cody he's winning at these matches, and then he shows up, and they're like, "Yeah, you're not winning tonight. Brock's gonna beat you."
Wait a minute. So Cody passed out to a Kimura?
Yep.
What
the
fuck? It must have cut off the circulation or something.
Yeah. Freaking Cody Rhodes. I really can't stand the man. He's just an awful human being. Screw Cody Rhodes.
Okay, let's move on to the main event then. Kevin and Sammy versus Roman and
Look at Cody Rhodes. Look at that face. No wonder people talk shit about his action figure when he's looking like that on the back.
And my soul.
Where's that dildo, Jack? You need to work that in.
What if that's his next gimmick? He's the prison bitch, Cody Rhodes.
Oh, I love that. What's he gonna do? Go back to AEW?
Gonna go to Game Changer Wrestling.
He's like, I could go to Impact, but geez, that's Impact.
I'd rather be the prison bitch. All right.
Sorry, Papacito, if you're out there listening.
What is he, a prison bitch?
No, he's a big Impact.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was very confused for a minute. I was actually very confused for a second. All right, so go on. I'm sorry.
Jeez.
Storytelling in this was really good. Because like I said last week, I was really worried that they were going to put 2 more belts on Roman, but they didn't, and they found a way to avoid that, and actually progress the best storyline in WWE right now. So Jimmy is guess Jimmy Uso is basically turned on Roman, but Jay is kind of wavering.
He's torn.
Yeah.
That Natalie Imbruglia song needs to play whenever Jay has that look on his face. Because deep inside he's torn. You all know that? Huh? No? Nobody? Oh, I'm sorry. Forget it. Go ahead, Steven.
So, yeah, I think Kevin hit the stunner on Solo. Solo backs up into the corner, and Sammy hits the haluva kick and pins Solo Sikoa. Wow.
He took the loss for Roman Reigns, the tribal chief.
Yeah, because Jimmy hit a couple of super kicks on Roman to take him out. So SmackDown this Friday should be interesting.
It should. Most definitely. Most definitely.
So basically, Kevin and Sammy are still your tag team champions as the show goes off the air.
Yep, they retain. They're carrying the belts for a little bit longer. We'll see what happens. But to find out what could possibly happen, we may just have to transition to the
main event.
Raw
The what did you say?
In your head.
Wait a minute.
After our 2 hours, a 2-hour wait, let's get to the Raw report.
No fucking history. Raw report.
So your Raw report comes from Albany, New York. Isn't that the capital of New York? Sorry, I'm a Canadian. I don't know American capital cities.
That is the capital of New York.
When you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. It's up to you. Albany.
Albany.
I don't know. We should. You know what? Americans don't know about our own country. You probably know more about it than we do. All right.
I typed it in, capital of New York, and I just get like a arrow with like a rook on top of it. It's like, this ain't helping me.
Man, we're all fucked if that's how Google works.
That's how you have to talk to Bruce's boss. You're like, gee,
see, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
He just pulls out a katana and chops your head off.
That's the capital pizza. That's what it sent you to.
No, I'm just sending him messages in Korean and not Chinese.
Korean fried chicken's good.
Idiot.
Oh, it's Albany. Yeah. What is the capital of New York? Albany.
Yeah, but you can't quit. Think of all that free sushi you get, Bruce.
Yeah.
Toronto, Steve.
The girls are hot, and I've gotten phone numbers.
Boom! Look at that. Your Asian persuasion, Bruce. That's what my brother used to call me. When I was heavier, the Asian women used to really hit on me, but not anymore. Damn. Troy used to call me the Asian. Troy and his buddy used to call me the Asian persuasion. They'd always bring me extra stuff at the restaurants.
Oh, you eat more rice.
Yeah, they don't like the big boy. They like the big boy, but they don't like me anymore.
They like blonde guys, I think.
Really? Why not
well,
blonde?
Some girls. So.
Yeah, you got to dye your beard blonde, Jack.
My brother dyed his beard blue.
Well,
nice.
Just the other day, I went to.
He looks like the blue Jesus. I told him.
I went to a Chinese restaurant.
Blue
Just the other day, I went to a Chinese restaurant, and I walked in. I saw a JR sitting there with a blonde wig on. Said, JR, is that you? He's like, "Nah, pal, it's not me."
Did he yell, "Stupid"?
Stupid! Get the hell out of here! I'm JR.
French fried taters.
I work for AEW now.
Slobber knocker.
Slobber knocker. Give me some of that General Tso's chicken here.
Oh my!
He's got the blue beard.
Is that the Jersey Devil?
It does make him look a lot younger. I'll tell you.
Jesus
It
Christ.
does look like the blue
Yeah, does he look
moon.
like Jesus? The blue Jesus.
The blue
Looks like
moon.
Rob Zombie.
Blue moon.
Why'd he dye his beard blue? It just felt
I
like
don't
it.
know. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Midlife crisis. No, it looks cool. I like it. I dig it.
Dig it.
Cool.
I'm gonna shave my head blue, or dye it blue.
Yeah.
Shave your head blue.
Man, this girl I work with, she got tattoos on her armpits.
Damn, I
She
bet
got
that's
the
painful.
sun and moon. I know.
That's pretty
she
cool.
said that while she was getting it, they hit a nerve and her thumb went numb. and it's still
Damn. The only
numb.
other person I know that's got that is the Sandman. Remember, he used to hold the sand, and he had his face there.
Yeah.
I'm
Does
like,
that mean-
yeah, she's crazy.
Does it mean she only puts on deodorant at that time of day? She's like, yeah.
Nice.
Like she's got like the worst.
Is she hot?
She is very hot.
Hell yeah,
She's
get her
got, like,
number, Bruce.
Worst tattoo placement than Cody Rhodes. I mean,
No, I
she's
don't
like,
think that's.
she just goes right to the armpits. She's
Oh,
So
it
like
hurt
speed,
more,
I
but
think.
it's not like the neck tattoos probably is worse because you see it all the time.
yeah.
She has like a spider web on her face, like,
Really?
and she's
There you
really,
go,
she
inches into
reminds me
that.
of like a monster. Or
Yeah,
like an Adam's Family.
Steven, I've heard enough. Just break all ties with this girl.
I say she sounds
You-
pretty cool.
You don't want
I on it. That sounds right. That look who you
just-
talking to.
just
That's
stay
not
away.
a knock on Bruce. I
away.
like Bruce, but Bruce is not an ordinary individual. I think that sounds like right up his
Bruce.
alley.
Yeah,
Bruce.
yeah, exactly.
Just stay away, Bruce. I'm trying to
Makes
help
me
Bruce.
want to
out.
get a tattoo on my face.
Yes,
Oh,
get
hell
mad.
yeah.
She has the web. You get the spider.
I think
Bruce, I
everyone is a
want
hater
your
for it.
mother to love you. I want your mother to continue to love you. Don't.
What kind
don't
of
get a
mom would
tattoo
hate their
on
own son
your
just because they have a
She's
tattoo?
disowned me.
Mom should have unconditional love.
Even if the tattoo's a swastika.
Well,
Jack really puts that to the test for old Brenda.
I'm a very nice young man. I'm not young
Mm-hmm.
anymore, but very nice man. Unlike that bitch Incher. Oh, I bitch.
Is that your comeback? Are you just
Yeah, come on, bitch.
Okay.
All right, let's get on to this Raw report.
Fuck yeah. I think we've only established Albany as the capital.
By the way, I take gifts. If people want to send me any wrestling hats or something, I'd say shirts, but they're a little hard to see on the show sometimes. So I feel bad if people send me shirts and they can't see them. Send me a hat, I'll wear it here on the show. It could be of your Asian restaurant, your wrestling promotion, your favorite wrestler, your website, whatever it is, or button, pin, whatever. Send it to me. I'll wear it here on the show.
El Santos World, he says, I knew JR was still there, Incher. I think I did I was channeling into it again. So. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Arriba la raza! Orale! Orale! All right. What the hell what are you so pissed about?
Just, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying nothing.
Raw report! I'm answering one of Jackson's questions early.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so Seth Rollins makes the old Shield entrance coming out from the ring from the crowd.
Side note: I saw a video of the Shield's debut, and honestly, Reigns looks about the same. Rollins isn't as in good a shape, but boy, John Moxley looks like a little kid back in the Shield days.
Yeah.
Little baby boy Moxley. All right, go on. I'm sorry.
So he comes down to the ring, and the crowd's singing his song. They're telling you deserve it. The crowd saying you deserve it to him, and he gets into the ring and he soaks it all in. And he cuts a promo as the new World Heavyweight Champion.
Better than Incher who cuts the cheese.
So it's been a long road. Feels right.
So was this a good promo, Steven?
Yeah, actually, he, your basic brand new champion promo, and he kind of made some references to Roman without even mentioning his name, saying Raw finally has a champion that wants to be here, who wants to be on the show, and a champion who's ready for a fight. And when he made a specific reference to a champion ready for a fight, I immediately thought, oh, he's got to have Brock Lesnar. He's going to face Brock Lesnar probably sometime. So he's joined by AJ Styles. AJ comes to the ring. He tells Seth Rollins, you don't deserve it. You don't deserve anything. You've earned the World Heavyweight Championship. So again, AJ staying babyface.
They're just loving one another.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And there he dropped it finally some heels.
Started docking in the ring, and they're like, oh, yeah. Could you imagine the AJ and Rollins docking, Jack?
That would be boom. The gay community.
No wonder AJ didn't win.
Mm-hmm. No wonder. Steven, can you continue, or are you going to be taken out of action?
I've been taken out of action, guys.
Okay. I understand, buddy. It's all right. Thank
Good
you.
night, Stevie.
Thank you,
You're a good
Stevie.
man.
You're a good man. We love the Raw report. That's the end of the Raw report for the night. But thank you, Steven. He is a good man.
At least we all know Albany is now the capital.
There you go. I watched Raw. What else happened? Cody Rhodes came out later on, and he was talking about like challenging Brock to another match and blah blah blah. And he said he wasn't man enough to make him tap out because he passed out. So it's kind of almost the same. Right? The main event was AJ Styles and Seth Rollins taking on who was it? Oh, the Doomsday. What's their names? Judgment Day. Judgment Day. Not Doomsday, the Superman villain. It was.
Oh damn!
That would be pretty rocking.
That would be pretty awesome if Doomsday came out and Seth Rollins and AJ took him on, and it would work into Seth Rollins' movie role, wouldn't it? Because he's in the. Is he in a DC movie or is he in a Marvel movie? I think he's in a Marvel movie, actually.
Yeah,
so
Marvel.
Just strike that. Strike that. Forget I even said that.
Damn, you dumbass.
Shit.
How come they don't make more Image Comics movies?
That's what I want. I want to see an Image.
You think like some company would be, like we got to, the other two have the giant money behind them. You think somebody looking for some other studio looking for,
another Spawn?
Yeah, some concepts to be like, hey, there's some stuff here.
Spawn, Savage Dragon, Shadowhawk.
I think with the Image, I don't know if Image owns that stuff or if the individual creators do because of how that's
I think it is.
That's why they started.
Right.
Of that.
Yeah, there's a really good documentary about that on YouTube.
Yeah, I think Jim Valentino owns Shadowhawk and
and Eric Larson.
Eric Larson owns Savage Dragon.
I will say, Papacito out there, I'm not a big Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan. I'm not a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan, but I did see the new trailer, and I will say the animation looks very cool.
Ninja Turtles?
Yeah.
I like Turtles. Sorry.
The only Turtles I liked, I did like the original Ninja Turtles when it was an adult, or it was a comic book, but it wasn't like the cartoon stuff. It was more adult and very violent, and I actually liked that in the role-playing game. And then it became more of a mainstream thing. I'm not a big fan of that.
Did I show you guys my Shredder? I think
Shredder.
I have Shredder in the box.
Oh, let him out. He's probably getting hungry.
Yeah.
Poor
You
Kevin
got-
Nash all stuck in there. Patrick Howell says hello.
What's up, Patrick? Oh, you have new tag team champions. They beat Gonzalez and Shotzi. We mentioned earlier, Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler. I've got too many wrestlers' names in my head. It just kind of slows down my CPU. I can't quite bring up people like I used to. All this wrestling, and Dave is saying WWE wants more wrestling programs.
Hell yeah,
more
wrestling championships.
Are they going to have like 2 wrestling shows on like per day now? I mean,
yeah, he was saying that they want to do more shows. He said they'll probably do he was guessing they would do a Wednesday show and maybe a Saturday. Probably to be up with AEW, but do you really need a show every day?
They got a Wednesday show. It's a main event.
Yep. Main event.
They'd be planting Cody
even
Rhodes
stuff. Look, even that I don't even watch. I've really only watched Dynamite. I haven't watched Rampage in weeks, and I like AEW, but there's just only so much a man can watch.
But are you going to watch Collision every Saturday night?
Well, I mean, I can't say. I'll have to wait and see if the show's good. Yeah,
man.
Collision,
and even that's really stretching it. Two whole 4-hour, 2-hour shows every week.
You know,
I definitely won't be watching Rampage.
Going to be watching CM Punk on the Collision.
Yeah, I might watch that and skip Dynamite. I mean, so am I going to watch real men on this show, or am I going to watch a bunch of friends over here on the Dynamite?
Who had the match of the night at the pay-per-view. Calls Vic Schiavone
they were in there with Bryan Danielson.
Explosive super kick.
Because then there's Bryan Danielson and Claudio Castagnoli, John Moxley and Wheeler Yuta, who I do like. I like all 4. No, I've never said they were bad wrestlers. I actually don't think Hangman's that great, but they're Kenny Omega really is one of the best in-ring wrestlers. And I like the Bucks. Patrick, where is Geraldine?
He's like Kong at the gates. He's like, bring me Geraldine.
AJ, one of my friend's uncles had a pet badger named Shredder.
Is it still in the box?
Oh, man. Gotta put air holes in that bitch. In the box, I mean. All right. So, by the way, before we get to the questions, I want to thank everyone here who joined the Headyverse. So, just real quick, so if you join it, really no one's joined, just the low level one. With that one, you can use the little emojis, which is fun. If you do the Hall of Famer one, you can do that, and you also get we'll mention you all the time here on the show every week. You get your name in the credits. And you also get to unlock original, unedited, except for the music. I cut out the music. Unedited episodes of the original in your heads.
Yeah, I watched the second one. Yeah.
And then if you're a producer like Bruce here, you will also get producer credit.
Bam.
Which is very cool. And most importantly, this helps out the show. And also, I will follow you if you so desire on all your social media pages. All right. So big thanks to Vic Schiavone, Travis Sandal, Mike Bessler, Bruce's Ghost, Simply Ravishing, Dad Pool on YouTube, and Steven Simmons. They're all good people. And I believe there is still a gifted membership, so someone can grab that somehow. I'm not really sure how that works.
Yeah, it's in the chat room. You click on the top of it. You gotta or something. I'm not sure exactly how it works either, but because I can't even do it myself whenever I'm in other people's chats. But
yeah, so hopefully someone takes advantage of that. All right.
Yeah, take it, Lexar.
Grab it, Lexi.
Yeah.
Take it.
Oh, by the way, I want to point out that at the XPW show, I tried to do a fuck Taylor Swift chant, and it fell flat.
You tried to fuck who?
Whoa.
Fuck Taylor Swift.
You tried to fuck Taylor Swift.
I wish I did, but I do not hate Taylor Swift at all. I just don't like the whole media spin on the making her current Eras tour as like an Elton John farewell concert. They're making it into a big deal now.
Like, she's not leaving concerts, though, is she? She's like pretty young to be fair.
She's just doing some this Eras tour that she did like the song, all of her songs and all of her albums over like 3 days each week, and the concerts. I think next week she's going to Chicago.
I'm proud of the XPW faithful for having all the love and respect for Tay-Tay and not following up with your F Taylor Swift chant. So big ups to the XPW crowd, because they know good music when they hear it.
They did
Lexar, they're never, ever, ever going to say fuck Taylor Swift at their show. That's right.
They did chant Desert Eagle, which is a diss song towards GCW owner Brett Lauderdale. And it's a good rap, too. It's available online if you chose to listen to it. The song,
check it out. I'm a big hot hip hop fan. I have all DJ Curly Bear's albums.
It's called Desert Eagle, so give it a listen.
Desert Eagle, he flies like a beagle. How's it go? I don't know.
It's a rap song.
Flies like a beagle.
It's like the Magnum 45 Desert Eagle, like a 45 caliber gun.
Man. You know what? I don't know enough about Taylor Swift to have an opinion one way or the other. I don't think I could name one Taylor Swift song, to be honest.
I mean, there are a few others that
Party in the USA. I love that one.
Mm-hmm.
That's Miley Cyrus. That's Miley Cyrus, Brucey.
Miley Cyrus.
Trying to spread disinformation.
You gentlemen are the best. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Shake It Off is one Taylor Swift song. It's very
that's Miley Cyrus.
No, it's Taylor Swift.
Shake It Off is Taylor Swift.
Come on.
I like You Play the Game. That's the one I like. It's not the Triple H. I think that's what it is.
Speaking of things that are gay.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I noticed WWE didn't have the balls to trot Mansoor out in Saudi Arabia.
They didn't want to bring Mansoor out in his current state. I think they
didn't want him to have him get beheaded and thrown off a 2-story building.
I think they even dropped the gimmick because they had Maxine on Raw. She was dressed as the Alpha Academy guys now. She was part of them. So it's have they dropped the Mansoor and Marseille or whatever the other guy's name was?
Oh man,
you got to think two fashion dudes probably isn't gonna
fly too well in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, not exactly the best country.
Who knows? I mean, we were made to believe that they would just behead Sami Zayn if he was in the ring, but they
wear wonderful robes.
Yeah,
they love Sami Zayn, which was I did not expect that. They were more into Sami Zayn than anybody else on the entire show.
Yeah.
So maybe they would have brought out Mansoor and they would have been like, "Fuck yes, Mansoor, Maxine, and Marseille, and it's the best angle ever." I'll never get over how Puerto Rico was just so crazy about Io Shirai or Io Sky. I did not expect that. They loved her.
Also went nuts
they
for
were
fucking
Carlito.
Carlito.
Wrestling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they loved Carlito as well.
Exactly.
Thank you, Jack. Goosey, you got anything else?
Lexar, you were at XPW.
Mm-hmm.
What's this video about the dude getting into a fight with the wrestler?
Oh yeah, Kid Osborne.
Some guy rubbed the guy's bloody face all over his sign or some shit.
So, well, this fan was giving Kid a hard time, chanting all types of vulgar chants at him while he wrestles his match. And so after his match, he was beaten bloody. He lost the match. So this guy kept yelling this guy at Kid Osborne's face. And like he held on to the light tube as he was getting out of the ring, and he smashed it over his head, and like he like pushes it and like takes his sign, rubs his bloody face all over the sign, and like Kid Osborne was just like doing like real punches towards the fan, and the fan security had to like not the building security, the XPW security had to like take him out. But the strange thing is, he was left again. And what I hear, one of the stories is that he is actually friends with Kid Osborne, and it was just a work. And like, I'm not really sure if it was a work or not.
So it could be they're in cahoots. Possibly.
Cahoots. Probably. All for sure, but it looks so real. If you look at the footage, it looked like a real fight.
I bet you dollars to donuts they're in cahoots. Where's that saying come from? Why would you bet somebody dollars to donuts?
There is a Dunkin' Donuts right across that building.
That's where it came from. It came from the Dunkin' Donuts next to the XPW arena.
Really?
Back in 1634.
Yeah, it's when Trevor Vermont and he wrestled Studfoots.
Studfoot's a hell of a talent.
Studfoot, that's awesome.
And he's like, "I'll bet you dollars to those donuts, bitch!" And then they threw each other through a bunch of number 2 pencils.
Donut holes went everywhere.
Then they poured salt all over him. But he's like, "Oh shit, that was just powdered sugar from the Munchkins."
They should have a
then
wrestling
the saying
match.
was born.
They should have a wrestling match where they passed out tasty pastries to the crowd, like donuts. That'd be tough.
Since it's a deathmatch wrestling show, they actually have like an AIDS guy, and he like one of the donuts he just like jizzes in, and so like whoever gets that gets AIDS. That would be like
cream filled.
What?
Well, it's a
Why
deathmatch
would you even
show.
think
They
of
call
that?
it the Jelly Bismarck.
Because I'm very I don't know. What the
Sounds
word
like
is.
Philadelphia to me.
Well, I'm saying it's a deathmatch show, so you have to add some kind of deathmatch to it.
I went to the XPW and I ate the AIDS donut.
The AIDS donut. What the?
Bruce Springsteen's writing a song about it. He's like, "Went to XPW show, we ate the AIDS donut. He's gonna die, and it's bad times here on
How come a
Philadelphia."
MAGA Butcher doesn't come out to Philadelphia song? That would be interesting. See,
Because
the
he's not
Facebook user thinks that's a good idea.
That's not a good idea because like Nickel Butcher's not from Philadelphia.
No, not that part. He meant the AIDS donut.
Oh no, that's not a good part either.
That was Juan Wyatt. See, Juan Wyatt thinks it's a good idea.
See, you've totally ruined the idea of a pastry-driven wrestling promotion.
Well, what the hell is it going to be? They just sit around and eat donuts?
Yeah, donuts.
How is that battling and wrestling? What, the guy's going to take a bump from a jelly-filled donut?
That would be awesome if they had a giant donut and he
got
came like a suplex into it and just jelly just went out the side.
They got a
can't tell me you don't love that.
Cheese Danish on a pole match. This way, there's some intrigue. Like,
great.
oh, that one was just filled with cream, and then like then they shove one the other guy, and like, oh no, he got the AIDS donut.
So like, who's hard up enough to work on this show that we're going to put
You
together?
work it.
Like,
What do they have to have a real? They have to fill it with AIDS.
We could pay him in
riddled
donuts.
gum.
Or you can have like fucking Tommy Dreamer face.
Dunkin' Donuts could like sponsor it as well.
They're not only the wrestlers, they're the bakers too. So they're really invested.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They have to wake up really, really early, and then they have to wrestle
Apparently,
later
this
that
show,
night.
for some reason, this episode of In Your Head, I guess, is having advertisements on the live episode.
I think
they
that
picked a
happens
great
on
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts. Get on it. That'd be a hell of a promotion, though. It's like, hey, you might get an AIDS donut. Come on by.
Yeah, exactly.
In Your Head presents dollars to donuts forever.
Exactly. You have to add some danger to it, is what I'm saying. That's why I was having a private conversation with Jackson the other day.
Which donut do you think would be the most dangerous? You got to think about it.
It was an idea I had for HeadyCon. So it's like the HeadyCon after party show. So it's after hours, and it's a gay hanky potluck party. So there's all these hankies in the pot, and you got to pull out a hanky when you come in, and whatever it is, that is what you have to be into for that evening.
Jonathan, are you ashamed of yourself? You're having this conversation with Jones here.
Nah, it'd be a good concept. If you get the AIDS donut hanky, you gotta go.
Exactly.
Well,
You're like, oh fuck.
Gay hanky is where you're wearing a suit and you put the hanky in your pocket to signify
not correct.
what.
It's in your back pocket, and it also depends if you're wearing it on your left or your right. Not that I know these things, but
I think that I know the more.
It's different etiquette in different states. That's what.
Maybe. Yeah. I can't imagine you're just cruising for gay sex and like I got to put on my 3-piece suit.
I think it's at parties and shit. I don't know.
Not
that I've ever done it, but
Facebook user thinks the honey bun's the most dangerous donut.
Apple fritter.
What a
donut! Apple fritters do look pretty menacing, like when you look at them.
I will say I am a fan of the apple fritter.
They will kill you with calories and fat, though.
What about
all that stuff? Will.
There is an underlying danger to the donut.
I always feel bad they give me all these free donuts. Well, they don't anymore because hopefully they're still there. But and then I don't have the heart to tell them like I don't eat this shit.
You just feed the ducks with it? Like, what do you do?
I actually give some to the guy at the convenience store, and then I bring some to my mom, and some I just throw away.
What if they?
I do eat the which is even that's too much carbs, but I do eat the bagels. They're pretty good. All right.
What?
What?
We're talking donuts here, and you're talking bagels.
I'm more of a savory guy. I prefer more of the savory snack than the sweet snack.
Biggest heel of the promotion. The bagel man.
Bagel with some cream cheese schmear. Hell yeah.
I'm disappointed in you, Jackie Jones.
Get some smoked salmon, some capers. Now we're living large. They don't have that.
Guys, I had to go feed the dog. What did I miss?
Oh, some interesting stuff.
You missed the AIDS-filled cream cheese Krispy Kreme.
You put a long john on your penis, and if you have AIDS, someone eats it.
So all you assholes out there, they're like, I don't listen to the show anymore because it's all woke. Now listen to this, bitches.
Hell yeah.
We're talking about giving you AIDS and your
and now you know the capital of New York.
Exactly. It's education.
You don't know anything else that happened on Raw.
Yeah, well, I think we covered the wrestling for the week. Entry, what happened on Rampage?
Rampage.
Did you watch Dark Elevation?
I did not watch Dark Elevation.
It's off the air.
That they canceled it.
Jeez, what did happen on Rampage?
Nothing.
Watched so much wrestling. It's
what happened on SmackDown? Who SmackDown?
SmackDown was just basically a build for the Saudi show, basically, and it was pretty recorded.
What?
Show.
Yeah, it was a pretty recorded show. It wasn't actually live. So.
I bought tickets. Lexard's gonna get pissed. I bought tickets to the AEW coming to Boston.
Hell yeah.
Boom! Yeah, I bought 2 tickets for me and Troy. So our plan is we're gonna go And then we're going to hit the casino after the show.
And make much money.
Troy's going to man up and hit the casino with me.
With
Hell
that
yeah.
blue beard.
We might see some wrestlers, because from what I understand, the Young Bucks and some of the other elite guys, they like to go to the casino after the shows.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if that would be a good interaction if they catch CM Cuck at the casino.
I'm going to be decked out I'm going to wear the punk hat, punk shirt. I'm going to walk up, hey, bitches, yeah.
That's not going to leave.
Like,
We don't want to be in
look,
the same casino as this guy.
it's
And then
CM Cuck.
And then they'll super kick you with an exploding foot.
And I'll sue them for every cent they have.
Exploding.
Hell yeah,
That's
bitch.
what real
Now
men do.
who owns AEW?
Tony Khan's like, fuck, not again. We're getting sued again because these assholes.
Then you start seeing Jackie Jones all over the show. Like,
Yeah,
just
like showing up
Now
like
you guys-
fucking Dan Lambert. You're like a new manager for the nobodies that anyone cares about.
Me and QT Marshall.
We're going to have this pastry match, everybody.
Maybe that's why some of those guys there, Mark Sterling and stuff, maybe they sued the company and they're like, let's give him a fucking job.
Just fucking give him a job and get this done. Get this Mark in here and we'll butter him up some and just get rid of him.
This who is this about? That's not Saudi Arabia, you moron. That's Iraq and Iran. What was that in reference to?
I don't know. I say a whole
Iron
lot.
Sheik and
Nikolai Volkov or something.
yeah.
Let's see here. This is a good question. I wonder who's gonna win Money in the Bank. Cody Rhodes.
Not Drew McIntyre. He's probably going to AEW's, people are saying.
Didn't Cody win it last year? I think. Has anyone ever won it twice in a row?
Well, Gunther told Matt Riddle that he wants him to win the Money in the Bank, so he would challenge Gunther for his.
Why
belt.
doesn't he just let him challenge him for it? Why does he have to make him go through all that shit?
I don't know. He's just trying to work in a Money in the Bank promo, I guess.
You could just go into like SmackDown and like challenge someone at the beginning of the show, and
That's like the trios belt in AEW. It's just any three bums can just go in there and like we're the number one contenders now. Give us the title shot.
That's like
Tough
the
Talk
trios belt.
Tony.
Any three bums can just go in there and like.
What's up? You got to turn the show down in the background, please.
Oh, sorry. That's like
All right.
the
Ah! Whoever's yelling in the background sounds pretty cool. That's pretty badass. I'd listen to that guy if he had his own podcast.
Yeah.
Did it close? Am I still on?
Yeah, we're good.
I think you're good now. Yeah.
Yeah.
My browser just stinks.
What's up, Tough Talk Tony Spencer? That's a long name.
Not much. God, I don't think we've talked to each other since the Mick Foley show.
Yeah, I was at the when you filmed the short.
Oh, Kowloon's?
No, when you filmed the superhero.
Yeah, the superhero movie.
Yes.
Okay, don't worry about me. Go back to talking about whatever dumb crap it is you guys talk about.
No, it's a good
There's
man.
no
I met
dumb
him
crap
at the. I met him actually not far from where I live. Not to dox myself, at the Sandwich Taverna, and we saw Mick Foley stand up. Jai was that was a show. I don't think he knows Jai, but Jai was banned from the show.
Damn.
So that was good by me.
I think it was fun for me because out of the entire Mick Foley experience, which let's face it was remarkably lackluster. Because not only has he been asked about the Cell 100 million times, but I've had to hear him tell the same stupid Cell story 100 million times. Like, if I'm going to drop $65 for a ticket, could you at least come up with something new? Like, could you talk about the Cactus Jack lost in Cincinnati skits, or maybe talk about, Terry Funk and you in an exploding C5 ring instead of about the goddamn Hell in a Cell? Anyways, the best part of that whole experience was meeting you.
Well, I appreciate that,
because I've got so many friends and connections out of just associating with the Headyverse and all of that kind of stuff, and all the crazy friggin' people you keep around these parts, man. I don't know how you
Well, there is a lot of crazy people, so yeah. Well, I appreciate that. It was great meeting you. It was a lot of fun, and yeah, we interact, and then yeah, when we for people who don't know, he was in. Who did you play in that? I was there filming the videos behind the scenes.
Nuclear Man.
Oh, that's right, because it was a character, not necessarily. It was from Superman 4.
Yeah, and that's why
That was
whenever
very fun.
someone posts about Superman 4 in one of these threads, I show up. You know, I'm right around the corner to defend that movie.
Yeah, are you started wrestling again, right?
I will be returning to wrestling on June 25th in Rhode Island at the Johnston, Rhode Island Recreational Center. We're actually doing all the proceeds for the show. It's a benefit for the Special Olympics.
Oh, very cool.
There's going to be graphics going up soon where you can sponsor me at the show, but all the sponsor money I raise goes to the Special Olympics, and everything I sell that night. Some of the guys don't do this. I'm unfortunately too nice for professional wrestling. All of my T-shirts, my pictures, my stickers, whatever I sell, everything goes to Special Olympics. I don't keep a dime of that.
Oh, that's cool. Well, that's very nice of you.
But I'm also going to be, to coincide with something you might want to segue into, I also just today purchased a table at New England Fan Fest.
Oh, very good. Yes, I'm hoping to attend. Right now, the hotel's sold out. I keep checking every day to get a room, but I should be there.
I'm just trying to figure out how much of a carny I can be at this thing before people like throw me out. Like, because I'm thinking of an idea where I'll have a Candyland game set up, and I'll charge people to play me in Candyland. And if they win, I'll give them 2 free tickets to any wrestling show. But if I beat them, then I get to call their mother and insult them to their mother.
I like it. Yeah, no, it's a pretty fun event.
I have a jar of free pens I've taken from area hotels, and you put in $1 to guess how many free of these pens are in the jar,
and you can win the whole jar.
Wins the whole jar of free pens, anyways.
Like, hell yeah!
My last thing, and I don't know how I'm going to put it together, but I'm pretty sure this will get me kicked out because I want to get an old mannequin and I want to dress it up and display it as the mummified corpse of Gypsy Joe. And sell
that one might not go over too well with a lot of the old
stuff. I might have to skip, but I'm like, I'm just trying to think how far I can push the envelope here, and I'm thinking claiming that I own the mummified corpse of Gypsy Joe without actually owning it might be a look.
Yeah, especially with a lot of old wrestlers there, they probably wouldn't like it.
It would work if like you had the ghost of New Jack to come in and beat the shit out of it. That would be kind of neat.
Beats up the old man.
Oh my God! I could have mummified New Jack on one side and mummified Gypsy Joe on the other, and they're just set up for their last epic match.
Yeah, that would be a good photo op.
Mm-hmm.
So AJ says WWE needs a stables title, which actually would probably fit more in AEW, but I'm not an advocate for more titles right now. They have quite a bunch, but I will say, when I used to use my G.I. Joes as wrestlers, and that is one title I had was the stables title. So, and it would always be defended in a Survivor Series type match.
Maybe AJ knew that from listening to the old shows.
Maybe.
Why not? I just don't understand why they don't do war games like that, where it's like a war games Survivor Series mashup, and
that would be good.
Dance through a tournament. Rather, because like I miss things that like are a once a year special thing. Like, and I always feel like
I agree, especially now when there's the WWE has a pay per view every month, a special event every month, or sometimes more than once a month. So you've got it used to be when there was 3 or 4, it would be, and you didn't have title matches on TV. You just had Saturday night's main event, and then you had the morning show, which never was really like competitive matches. So it was a big deal to see a title match. But you see so many title matches now. So you don't have to have a title match on every show. It's cool if like the Royal Rumble's a big deal. I always think King of the Ring as a one night tournament works better to me than as like a tournament over very many weeks. And Survivor Series I always like too.
I mean, I say do one night with like a Survivor Series War Games kind of matchup, and then give the teams at the end who survive all the way like custom championship belts just for the event. Because
yeah,
let's face
something
it,
you win. So yeah, instead of you just win and then that's it.
The only reason they design new belts is so we'll buy the replicas. That's the only reason they make
Yeah, immediately after Rollins won the title, they popped up a picture like buy the replica title.
Dude, they had that up before he won it. You could pre-order it.
Oh,
They were talking how it's like it incorporates the McMahon family crest or something. I heard that somewhere about that belt.
What's the crest in NDA?
Because even the heart tournament there, they win the belts. I assume they probably make replicas of those too.
I don't know. It was weird.
I do have a couple replica belts somewhere. I should wear them on the show sometime. I'm not sure who this was. He thinks LA Knight would be a good winner for Money in the Bank.
Mm-hmm. That would be cool.
If LA Knight could actually wrestle, I would agree with that. But LA Knight is all hype. There's no stake to his sizzle. That's why his feud with Bray Wyatt fell flat.
I think his feud with Bray Wyatt fell flat because it was awful. It was like a Bray Wyatt feud. I like LA Knight. I think he's a fine wrestler.
Yeah, I always want to get behind Bray Wyatt, and I love Bray Wyatt in the original Wyatt run. And I'm cool with weird stuff in wrestling. It doesn't have to be super serious for me, but his stuff's just, I can't. I try to get into it, but like the match when he had with Cena, it was like all in his mind, and that stuff that's too much for me. Let's see. Questions from the Headyverse here. Daniel Shell. When will Vince McMahon die?
Man.
I think he's just going to live forever. I think they're going to like put his mind into like an android or something.
Hell yeah. I was just thinking that.
They have many hours to him. They could feed it into AI of some sort, and they'll keep him alive through that.
That's what he does with his billions of dollars.
He comes back with a lot of fingers.
Yeah, right. So he'll continue to run WWE forever through
I don't know
AI.
I don't know Vince McMahon personally, but I would say that given everything that's told about his competitive nature and, just the fact that he feels the need to make everything a game and a competition, he's probably going to beat death too. Like it'll probably be the first time.
If he can, yeah. If he can, he will. Lexar, which pay-per-view was the best over the weekend? NXT Battleground or AEW Double or Nothing? Well, I can't fairly answer because I only saw Double or Nothing.
I thought the Saudi show was pretty good, but I'd say I'd like.
Oh yeah, I didn't even mention that.
Did he not even mention the Saudi?
No.
Damn. Guess that's not a part of AEW. I mean, wrestling.
I've heard that. I mean, honestly, that show looked good. When I saw, I didn't see it though. He asked NXT Battleground or AEW Double or Nothing.
I didn't even watch NXT.
Yeah,
who asked this?
Lexar.
Lexar. We don't watch NXT for the most part. Why are you asking this question?
I saw that NXT there announced that they're going to make it. It was like during one of the press things that they want to make it like the third brand. But that's cool. That's what it was a couple years ago. Then they dismantled it and made it developmental again, and now they want to make it like the third cool brand again.
Like
why even dismantle it to begin with?
They'll say that every 3 years. They'll just be like, "We're gonna make it."
Well, that explains the finish tonight. I was seeing that online. They had a NXT title match with Carmelo Hayes, and he retained, and he was attacked by Baron Corbin.
Oh man, Baron Corbin's
Baron is now in NXT.
Damn,
Baron Corbin.
I don't know. I think they just need to call NXT what it is, WCW, and be done with it. Because
like a couple years ago, it was cool because they had like all the cool indie guys. They basically made their own cool independent wrestling company, and so it's like the alternative brand, it was like actually different than the other shows, and and they had a lot of cool people that were different that you would see on the main show. If you kept doing that, I thought that would be fun.
It was
and it
a
had a
good
buzz.
period.
Like, I actually looked forward to the pay-per-views at that time.
Yep. The what do they call those?
The takeover shows.
Yep, the takeover shows.
They
People
were
loved
usually one of the best shows, whenever they were on.
But you know what happened. I mean, Vince got his hands on it.
Jonathan Jackson, why are you still a wrestling fan? Well, honestly, the last few years I've been more of a wrestling fan than I was for the last few years before that. I mean, I grew up a huge wrestling fan. The last 5 or 6 years, I started to wane, and then honestly, the AEW stuff really got me back into wrestling.
I'm wondering today why I'm still a wrestling fan.
What?
I do it for the Headyverse.
The women are the reason I stay around. Let's face it, the wrestling has gone right by the guys. Like, the girls are the ones really picking up the slack right now.
I was never a women's wrestling fan because besides there would be like a couple women that I would like, obviously, like Medusa and people throughout. It would just be like they'd always have one or two that were good. But overall, I would not be a fan of the women's division. And then the last 5 or 6 years, one year I really thought Charlotte was the best heel in all of wrestling, but I'm actually a fan of many of the women now.
The fact that Charlotte Flair has not yet held the Intercontinental Championship is a travesty. It's
I don't really like I don't like the intergender. I think it's better just to have her be the World Women's Championship, and then you can legit main event with that title.
I don't want to have a moral debate about men hitting women. That's not where I want to go. But I want to tell you one thing: Limitless Wrestling, that runs right out of Bangor, Maine here. When they are probably the first or second largest independent professional wrestling company in New England. They specifically post intergender matches on their YouTube channel because it brings in the highest amount of views. So I'm not saying that's where WWE needs to go. I'm just saying from a fan standpoint, I think most fans are ready for men versus women in a wrestling ring.
Yeah, I'm not into it, but I know I'm not. I know like Intra doesn't mind it and stuff. I think for me the guys, like, there's no win for them. Either they beat a woman. And a lot of people be like, "Oh, well, big deal, they beat a woman," or they look bad, like they're beating up a woman, either way, if you win or you lose, I think the man comes off bad. When was the last time you've taken horny goat weed?
I've never taken horny goat
weed. I'm gonna go take some right now.
Issues, right?
What does it do?
I used to take that.
I don't know.
What does it do?
It's supposed to give you energy.
All right, maybe I'll start taking that. You get pumped.
I gotta find a horny goat and then find some of its weed.
Well, you're the power goat. You should have some horny goats around.
Yeah.
AJ says, I've been a fan of wrestling since I could turn the TV on by myself. Well, if we're talking about when I became a fan, when I was a kid, my grandfather was a big wrestling fan, and I just started watching. As far as I can remember us watching it. He really hated the heels. And
here's a better question: what age do you remember being able to turn on the TV by yourself?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is probably bad, but I think the TV was just on like 24 hours in my house.
Yeah, I'd probably say the same.
I remember when you had the knob that you had to pull out. You're like, doop, and then you turn up this volume. And it was good stuff.
I remember the TV being big enough to crush me.
So yeah.
That's pretty small.
Intra still has the big tube TVs. That's what he prefers.
For video games and stuff like that.
I had the tube TV.
Yeah, Alexa's got a tube TV.
Damn.
Check it out.
VHS.
What are you watching, Judge Judy?
The View.
Oh, God.
Oh, fair enough. Lexar, local. Go on, sorry. What did you say, Intra?
Oh, I wasn't saying anything. I think that was Lexar.
Alexa, our local restaurant that is not associated with AEW selling free double or nothing tickets with the purchase of a full price burger. I believe that was fake, is what it came out. But I don't know. If I was in the area, I would do it. That sounds cool to me. Sammy Guevara and Ty Conti are having a baby. Are you happy? And is Incher pissed?
I'm not. I guess. It's all right. I just I had problems with Trish Stratus getting up and just like not talking anything about her career and just being like, oh, I'm having a baby, and then I was just like, what is this bullshit? I want to hear something that involves her career. I don't know. I can't stomach Trish Stratus. She's awful, and now she's back. It's just annoying me.
You have any babies, Lexar?
Nope.
I think
Do you think you can impregnate Lexar, Jack?
I want to impregnate Geraldine.
Whoa.
Patrick Howell, you can't allow that shit to go down.
I'm sure that will really impress her.
Yeah.
Call
Like,
HR.
which one of you could get me pregnant?
Yeah, you kicked from a heady first.
Shouldn't Raquel become a heel?
Wasn't she a heel in NXT?
Facebook user.
Too early.
Where am I?
I think she has more heelish tendencies than face tendencies.
Yeah, look at that back.
Yeah. See, there we go again. Jonathan Jackson. He knows. He knows about wrestling.
Baby's got back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't even know who this person is, but supposedly Jackson doesn't watch wrestling, but he knows everything.
I have no clue what anything is going on right now.
Lexar, the 8th annual GCW tournament of survival is this Saturday night. Which of the 12 wrestlers do you got winning this year's tournament? Well, who's in it, Lexar?
Well, I can't remember.
What the hell did you ask the question? You don't even know.
It's Tremont, George Janela's in there.
I don't think he is.
Who?
Yeah, he is. Look it up. Google it. You're in front of a computer. Google it.
You're the one who asked the question. I assumed it was something you knew about. You're like, ask a question. You don't even know what the hell it is.
There are a couple New Japan pro wrestlers in there.
Well, that helps him out a lot.
You know, the good ones.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's El Desperado, Toro Segura. I'm pretty sure I'm saying that wrong. Rina Yamashita, Tomoya Hirata. I'm saying it wrong. John Wayne Murdoch, Sawyer Wreck. I know Jack is a good Slayer Rex fan.
Hell yeah, Slayer Rex. That guy rocks.
Not Rex, just Wreck.
Oh. Well, fuck that guy. I thought you were talking about Slayer Rex.
Yeah, Cyclops. I don't know what.
Who? The Cyclops? I am rooting for the Cyclops. That guy. I want to see a wrestling Cyclops.
Miedo Extremo. The Green
Hell yeah.
Phantom.
I'm rooting for the Cyclops.
Casey Kirk, Matt Tremont, and Joey Janela. Okay, he's in it.
Joey Janela? I like Joey Janela. I know a lot of people here don't, but I'm going with the Cyclops.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Bruce Briscoe says, who cares? Game Changer Wrestling sucks. What do you think about that?
Ooh, those are fighting
Alex
words.
Brown did say that in his post-match promo, so. But I don't care. I'm just supporting deathmatch wrestling.
There you go. Like Jonathan Jackson, what's called you Lexa? I'm sorry. If you had a choice to be a wrestler with a lifetime guaranteed contract, but had to be either a permanent jobber or AEW Rampage, on Rampage, a mid-carder on Impact or talent on WWE main event, which would you choose? So if I had to be a jobber on either Rampage, a mid-carder on Impact, or just just a regular wrestler on main event. I don't know. It probably would depend on the money and who I knew in the companies. Also, travel, like if you're how often you're working. So there's a lot of variables there. But if you're just asking like which show I'd rather be on, well, main event, that's just on the internet, right?
Nah,
I mean on their streaming site. It's not like on a TV show. I guess Rampage maybe.
It's Rampage, baby. I'd want to be on Rampage, I think.
Just getting jobbed every week.
What the hell? Did you see this question?
What's this? Is
Jonathan Jackson the Black Lexar?
What the hell?
Bruce Briscoe.
What does that mean? Jackson, are you up to naughty times with the strippers?
Not that I know of.
Let's see here. AJ, my grandma actually babysat Kurt Hennig, and I remember my family was invited to watch the Twins game when they were in the World Series. That's very cool.
Hell yeah.
And I believe it was when Kurt Hennig was a child, incher, like not when he was Mr. Perfect.
Why didn't he need a babysitter when he was, Mr. Perfect?
Lexar. Also happening this Saturday night is the... Oh, we did that. I'm sorry.
Could you imagine promos of little kid Kurt Hennig doing little kid stuff?
Yeah, and he spits out like his baby food or whatever and slots it across the room.
He jumps into bed and he's under the covers before the lights go on.
Yeah, I want to see a bunch of vignettes of a little... That'd be someone out there who has the time and the energy. Make vignettes of like a baby Mr. Perfect doing everything perfectly.
So WWE can stop.
He's winning every game of the Candyland. What you're saying, Bruce? Sorry?
I know a WWE writer. I need to send someone a Facebook message.
Wow, I don't believe this, but this is a interesting take. I believe Cameron Grimes will beat Gunther. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, they did have him on one of their shows, and he won really quickly. He beat Baron Corbin, I think, really quickly.
Everybody beat Baron Corbin quickly.
Yeah. Baron Corbin sucks.
Lexar. Jack said that he likes to pee in public. Where are his favorite and strangest places to pee? And has he ever been caught by people watching him pee? Interesting. Well, why I like to pee in... it's not necessarily like to pee in public. I like to pee outside. Because there's something about being one with nature, and you get like the cool breeze on your nether regions. It's a manly feeling. So it's not like I'm in front of everybody, just like, hey guys, I'm pissing. But to answer the last part, unbeknownst to me, so I was outside peeing when I was probably like a teenager, and then the next day, my neighbor, who I can't remember his name, it's not Bill. But he used to, I forget his name, but he used to, God, I used to remember his name. But, so he only lived here in the summer, and he lived in Texas in the winter. I might have that reversed. But he wore a giant belt buckle with his name on it, which I always thought was hilarious, because it's very, like, what I would expect, like, a stereotypical Texan to do. But anyway, the next day he had mentioned that I, like, was outside pissing at it, like towards his house. So I just assumed he was like just watching out his window. But it was very strange. Howard.
Like,
his name was Howard, not J.D. Howard, incher, but his name was Howard, and he had a big belt buckle that said Howard on it.
And other fun facts about Jackie Jones's urination habits can be brought to you with a donation of $5.
Hell yeah!
Talk Tony Spencer's Venmo account.
Venmo Headyverse. You can help support the channel here.
Yeah, Venmo Headyverse. He'll tell you all about his urination habits.
Yeah. By the way, this just happened yesterday. I was accepted to Cameo. So I don't have it up yet, but for people out there who would like a cameo from Jackie Jones or Nasty Neil or Backwoods Bob, that'll be up soon. And if you want, I guess you could ask for a personalized urination story. So now Jackson will know what to get his mom for Christmas.
Just a personalized urination, just period.
That'll cost extra. Lexar. By the way, I tried this for a long time, and I was always denied. And then out of the blue, for the hell of it, I tried again, and like they immediately accepted. I guess I've become cool enough.
All right, we'll let him in. He's cool enough.
Lexar, what's your favorite Tina Turner song?
We don't need another hero.
Yeah, that's the Thunderdome, right?
Yeah.
That's what I said too. That's
Or,
probably definitely not my favorite, but it's what came to my mind originally.
I like Goldeneye. Did she sing Goldeneye? Tina Turner, did she sing Goldeneye for the Goldeneye movie? I think she did. That was pretty good.
I'll just say all of them. Let's see here. Lexar, back in the day when Jack drank the booze, what was his number one alcoholic beverage? I like bourbon. But I drank just about it. I would drink this. I actually never liked beer, but I like the hard alcohol.
You like beer on the party bus. You're like, yeah, give me another one of them beer.
Yeah, but I was mostly just being foolish. So, for people who don't know, we were at a wrestling fan fest in Atlanta, and I think it was Atlanta, right? It wasn't the
yeah, it was Atlanta.
And so the promoter kept like, oh, so there's gonna be 2 buses that go to the wrestling show, because they usually would have the wrestling matches in the hotel, which was a lot better. Instead, this one, for some reason, they had buses that it was like an hour drive to like this barn that had no air conditioning, and it was like 100 degrees. It was horrible, actually. But anyway, so he was like, oh, the one bus will be for whatever, and then there's the party bus, and that costs extra, and everyone is gonna party, like it was like this big deal, and we were just gonna be on the regular one. But for some reason, it was because we were there as the press, as in your head, and he was like, oh, we got empty seats here, get on the party bus. We're like, okay. And at that time, Intra still doesn't drink, but he didn't drink then either, but me and my brother do. And so it was like the lamest thing ever, because like there was a guy in the front, and he's like, oh, we're on the party bus, who wants a Coors Light? And everybody's like, yeah, hell yeah. And I was like, oh, wow, this is big time. But there was it was like 49 guys and 1 girl.
Spec's son was trying to get with the girl.
Yeah, she was like 60.
I was telling him to go for it.
Yeah, it was not a good time.
It was kind of depressing, honestly.
Yeah, the wrestling, like, it was fun because there was some cool people on there, but it was so incredibly hot. It had no air conditioning, no fan or anything.
Jackie Jones, they had Pizza Hut pizza, and Jackie Jones bought a whole Pizza Hut pizza, and he was eating it on the party bus.
Yeah, no, it sucked. I ended up giving it to President Clinton. Pizza Hut pizza is not particularly good anyway, but Pizza Hut pizza in Atlanta was atrocious.
I like the Pizza Hut pizza. It's the best.
Lexar, since I'm going to Atlantic City for Game Changer Wrestling Tournament, so you're going this weekend and you didn't even know who the hell's on it?
I know who's on it.
You get asking all these questions about it, you know nothing about it.
What do you have to know other than Masha Slamovich is the champion? That's pretty much it.
That's a good name.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, Lexar, you're going to the GCW Tournament of Survival this weekend. Can Jack give me any advice on winning big money at the casino? Here's my advice. Be very lucky.
There you go, Lexar. You're going to make some money with that.
Yeah, go rub a Buddha.
I don't have that much good luck in my life anyway lately.
Well, if you can't afford, my real advice is only spend as much money as you can lose and it not be a big deal to you. So if you want to go, honestly, go and try to have fun. And if you win, it's a bonus. But if you're going to be upset if the money you lose, just don't go, is what I would say. That's my real advice. Jackie Jones is the greatest. Now, this guy knows what he's talking about on the Facebook. Rookie of the year here. I like this guy. Message of the week.
Message of the week.
Jonathan Jackson! Why are you great at what you do?
Just because we're great at it.
Because I enjoy doing it. I think if you enjoy something, you're well, that's probably live. A lot of people enjoy basketball, but they're not playing in the NBA. So I don't know. Lexar, it's prom season. What was your favorite? What?
Hope that answers your question, Jonathan.
It's prom. What kind of Lexar? You got some weird questions. It's prom season. What was your favorite memories of attending the junior or senior prom? Was there any gossip? And did you have a hot date?
I have a good story.
You do, Bruce? All right, let's hear it.
Story time with Bruce. Story time with Bruce.
So my senior year, I started going out with this girl, and we made out, and I saw her boobs, and it was awesome. But then we broke up. We bought matching stuff. I had a lime green tux with blue.
What kind of hanky did you have in the front pocket?
Oh,
it was it was lime green, probably. I don't know.
I'm gonna look this up. Keep going.
But yeah, and she had a lime green prom outfit. It was.
You were you guys were like a DX couple.
Basically, it was 97, so it would definitely fit in.
Did you tell her to suck it
and break it down?
I wanted her to, but she broke up with me 2 weeks before prom. So we both went to prom. She went with her ex, and I went with someone else. But we still had the matching shit. Everyone else was in normal prom stuff, and we had lime green and.
Oh, that's
anyway. So yeah. I was depressed all the time.
According to the hanky code, that means you're into daddy and son.
Whoa.
Was it on the right or the left? I'm sorry.
I don't.
All right.
Definitely
what were you saying?
The left.
Yeah. The left?
Okay, look that up.
So I'm glad that we're talking about prom memories because it just so happens that I was cleaning out my garage the other day. And
I thought you were going to the prom.
Frank Koss class president final speech. That's me.
Hell yeah,
I was the class president at the senior prom. I jokingly announced one of my friends as the prom king when he wasn't. And as the headline describes here, they decided
residents divided a hotel plan. Oh,
hang on. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, I got it. There we go. Crank cost class president final speech.
Yep, and that was me. And I jokingly announced one of my friends as the prom king when he wasn't. And as a result of that, they did not let me speak at graduation, even though I should have. And that's my prom memory.
Man, look, you're bringing up bad memories for Tony here, Lexa.
Yeah, they take those announcements seriously.
Hey, I made the front page of the Salem News on June 4th, 2004.
Sweet. Yeah. Does anyone besides me think Darby Allin become a champion? I mentioned earlier I would like to see him champion at some point. I'm a big fan myself. Big fan of him and especially Orange Cassidy. I agree. I am as well.
FTW champion.
Let's see. My date canceled 3 days before prom, but I still went by myself. Aw.
Damn.
Oh, man.
Wah, wah.
Just dancing with yourself.
Lexar, did you go to the prom?
Yep. It was paid for by my health teacher, but my original prom date probably made up some story and didn't want to go, so I had to get a substitute date for the prom and just only a few
Where do you get a
days.
substitute date? Is there like a website or
In
something?
school, in school. I asked a couple of girls,
Craigslist?
and this girl who knew I was going wanted to go to prom because she has other friends at the prom. So she asked me, and I said yes. So
damn, did she at least
and I
dance
must
with you?
go because my phone is overheating. And it's at about 5% right now, so I have to charge it.
All
Good
right.
night.
Well, good night, Lexar.
See you,
Have fun
Lexar.
at the prom.
I know, right?
Damn. I'd be scared if Lexar came into my daughter's prom. Like, whoa.
Wow, I thought you were just going to say you were scared if Lexar came in your daughter. I was like, whoa.
Whoa.
Well, you know, it's after 12:30 on the
See,
East.
you're scaring off Tony here. Jeez, Jack. Thanks a lot.
Tony's a good man. Good night, Tony. We'll talk to you again.
Nighty night, Tony.
Good to see you.
Take it easy.
All right.
Scared him off, Jack.
Oh man, I think I chipped a nail. I gotta go.
So you're scaring off Jonathan Jackson. You chipped a nail.
Damn, what a bitch. There he is. He's back, though, because he's a man.
Yeah. I
He's a
can
real
get it
man.
off, you know?
Jackson ain't a bitch. Jonathan Jackson, he's an Iron Man. He very rarely leaves. Ever. He's just here all from a week. I turn this on, test it out. Jackson's just sitting there.
You know what's going on,
Same
Jack.
expression. Nikhil Callahan time, Incher.
Okay, well, I'm going to tap out right now.
I thought you were a big Lexar. I mean, a big Nikhil buddy
I'm a big Nikhil fan, but I also have to go to work tomorrow morning.
All right, fair enough.
All
Good
right,
night.
Vic.
I won't be here next week because I'll be in
Oh.
Kansas City. That's where the meetings. When I came up to see you that time, that's where.
Oh,
the
okay.
artist is, so
All right, very cool.
So I will catch you.
Safe
sometime
travels.
I will catch you sometime in June.
Yeah.
All righty. See you, Vic. Be safe. Nikhil.
Nikhil time. I've got to answer something really quick about an interview. If people are interested, Mark Polonia, who made this very fine film Cocaine Shark, will be on Thursday on Without Your Head.
Excellent.
All right. Cocaine Shark. All right. WWE Velocity debuted 21 years ago today. What were your favorite matches of the first episode of WWE Velocity? Man, that was a good one. That was a hell of a time.
Yeah.
I loved
like
Test
Velocity.
versus Albert.
Uh-huh. It was really cool, Nikhil. Velocity was like...
That's the thing. The fans today, anything that ever happened is the greatest stuff in the world, and they need to have all of it on the network. And anything that happened today is just the total shits, and you're a total asshole if you like it.
Didn't they have like some
Velocity is the
matches?
greatest.
They had some matches on the first show, right?
I don't fucking remember.
Nah, it was all about like cooking and promos.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that matches, but I don't know who was on it. Probably like wasn't Stevie Richards? Oh no, he was on Heat, right?
There was a lot of cruiserweights. I remember Hurricane being on it a lot.
By the way, did
Stand
people
back.
like the new theme video that opened the show? I put that together earlier today. I tried to incorporate more guests on there. Thought it was cool. He says he's serious about LA Knight. Yeah, I mean a lot of people are big fans of LA Knight. I think that's a good guess though to win Money in the Bank though, LA Knight.
Yeah, I like LA Knight.
I
New
think
report.
Mustafa Ali, because he's supposed to quit because he didn't beat Gunther.
Yeah, what the hell's gonna happen there? He's just gonna be a liar. Yeah. My head's getting cold. A new report from Better Wrestling Experience notes that there were some farewells following NXT Battleground on Sunday night. It was noted that fans can expect call-ups to come in gradually soon. Braun Breaker, Creed Brothers, Dijak, and Dragunov are scheduled to be called up soon. Thoughts? I think Braun Breaker should be a big star. I mean that's what everyone knows. It's not like I'm going out on a limb on that one.
I think it's pretty swell.
Dijak's been around for a while, so I don't think he'll ever amount to much.
I'll just name him T-Bar again. Should keep him where he is.
Dragunov's great, but I don't really foresee him doing a lot on the main show.
Yeah.
I don't know who the Creed brothers are.
No.
MJF says it doesn't really bother him that AEW World Title match didn't headline Double or Nothing. I watched his Scrum. I don't watch this shit. The only time I watched the Scrum was the one that everyone talked about. But I did watch the MJF segment because I love MJF and he did not disappoint. But basically everything was, in character, which I'm totally fine with. But what he said was funny. He's like, you think I want to roll around in John Moxley's blood? And he said all the mid-blood, because it was like all mid-carders, he said in the match. And it was funny, because the blood's all covered, the ring's all covered in blood, so he doesn't want to wrestle in that after those guys. So I thought his, what he said made sense. It was funny, and he also gave a semi-real answer, saying that the title, he said the idea that the title always has to main event's kind of dead. And really, if you look at it, it is kind of true. On this day in WWE 20 years ago on SmackDown, the debut of the Basham Brothers. What are your favorite memories of the Basham Brothers?
OVW. No, I don't know.
I like that they were
Jim
bald.
Cornette always being pissed about it.
They were bald.
Wow. They were part of the cabinet.
In a real question, when you see a bald guy do well, does that make you feel good?
Yeah. Like Patrick Stewart.
Yeah.
Represent.
And he's all sexy. He's like a 90-year-old man.
Or
that's a good thing, though.
Bigelow.
Someone told me this once, that if you if you start shaving your head fairly young, it does help you where you don't age as in people's minds. You don't age as much.
That's why I dyed my hair white, so I don't have to fuck with that later.
There you go.
There you go, Bruce.
Woo!
Bruce's ghost.
What color hair do you think Jackson would look good with?
Like
rainbow for Pride Month.
I think Jonathan Jackson's hair would be good, like
plaid, like a kilt.
He needs like a white streak.
What do you call him, a skunk?
No,
I do kind of got like a little white streak if you look closer.
Oh, really? Yeah, a little bit.
You know what? I see a yellow streak.
Oh shit!
Oh no, Jackson.
I'm not turned around.
My favorite match of the Basham Brothers was the Fatal 4-Way between the Bashams, APA, FBI, Kidman, and Mysterio on SmackDown in 2003. I remember that. That was fucking great.
I think that was my favorite too.
I'm gonna get. This guy's got some hell of a memory on him. This Nikhil.
He watches old clips.
Like
That's probably
John something twins.
The what?
There's two twins who are bald also.
Oh yeah, they were the Dicks. Gemini.
Are those the same guys?
Yeah, they were the Dicks in Impact, and then they were Gemini. That's them, right? No, they were they the Dicks?
Don and something.
Oh, the Harris brothers?
Harris brothers.
The Nazis.
Yeah.
They're the same guys?
No, it's different.
Okay.
Yeah, Intra likes them too for other reasons.
No.
What?
Jeez.
I meant they're big. You know, those guys are real losers, though. Because they have giant SS tattoos on their arm. And they covered them up to go work for two Jewish guys. So they're not even good skinheads.
I hate them for that.
Yeah, I don't know how to take that part. But yeah. Lexar is pissed.
That's why he left so early.
At Impact Under Siege, Scott D'Amore was put through the flaming table by Bully Ray. I almost said and Steve Martin, but Steve Macklin. Did you see it? Nope. I bet it was awesome, though.
Hell yeah.
Who's Steve Macklin?
I don't know. I haven't watched Impact in a while.
Interesting.
Steve Macklin McMichaels. Oh, wait.
I think Braun is going to finish off the New Day and Dolph Ziggler and go that theory. Who
He's
after
gonna kill
time
him?
will become a fan favorite. Interesting. I thought you really should have debuted him in the Rumble and just have him win, but I know they went with Cody. MJF teases Triple H and Nick Khan. I mentioned this earlier. It was really just everything he said in there was totally in character. Don Callis opens up about betraying Kenny Omega, says Omega has been corrupted by the Young Bucks. Do you agree? Yes, he's been corrupted. They groomed Kenny Omega and corrupted his very soul.
Oh my goodness.
Now he's eating babies and worshipping Moloch. Someone better call Tazo.
More mind games by CM Cuck here. Look at him.
Follow Moloch in eat the innocent.
CM Punk again.
Bathe in the blood of the babies. Now that's what a creepy wrestler should do. Should come out and go like this.
Everybody be like, what an asshole.
When people start taking bumps. Like,
Ooh, this motherfucker off the stage.
if you see me doing that in AEW, you know that I won this lawsuit.
Jack's like the shittiest wrestler ever.
I don't have to take bumps. I just use my mind.
He fucking sucks.
That'd be the greatest. The guy's just in the ring going like this, and the guy's like, oh, taking bumps and stuff.
Get this asshole out of here.
I think Braun. Oh, we did that one. I'm sorry. Where was I?
You get like a Goldberg push.
Yeah, exactly.
You never get
60-0. Who's gonna kick out of the mind control? The mind bullet. Where the hell am I? Thoughts on Jim? Oh, no, wait, that's not evil. I'm only up to question 7 from Nikhil. Number 8. Jake Roberts.
Take off. Well, how many more questions?
Come
you got?
on.
I'm getting tired. I'm needing the nappy nap.
Stay up, bitch.
Okay, come on. What
Jake Roberts wonders why AEW hasn't pushed Lance Archer as a world champion. Maybe not world champ, but definitely a TNT title run. What do you think? I am a fan of Lance Archer, but when they have pushed him, he's honestly not gotten over. So I think he should be on TV at least, but I don't think he just isn't over enough to be the champion.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I like some of the stuff he's done, but like, yeah, he hasn't quite found the character that works for him best, you know.
Mm-hmm. Chris Jericho, my goal and mission when I came to AEW was to build as many stars as we could. I for the life of me, that's one I can't understand when people, mostly one guy, when Cornette says he's like burying everybody. I just don't even understand how you could even come to that conclusion.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case.
And I think it's clear he's enjoying himself. Because, yeah, of course you're getting paid and stuff, but he wouldn't do, like, all the bumps and stuff at his age if he wasn't having a good time. I like Lance. I like Lance, too. He's been on the show a few times. It wasn't that I don't like him. I just don't think... I mean, no, I don't think everyone should be the world champion. And, not everyone, is that over. Sorry to go. My phone is dying. See you on Thursday. Thank you, AJ. Yeah, we'll be live Thursday with Cocaine Shark. Where are we? Thoughts on Jimmy Uso turning on Roman Reigns? I did not see it.
I liked it. It was a good segment, and I'm looking forward to see what happens on SmackDown.
All right.
Yeah.
Favorite memories of Jade Cargill's TBS run? My air shoot, there was some good stuff, and I do think she really improved, and she's a star, like, she looks like a big star. And not only that, she has improved as a wrestler. It's not just she looks like a star, but she has it. She's but I think they didn't have enough challengers for her they don't have enough challengers for 2 women's titles, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
So they ran out of people to have, like, actual feuds that were, like, really entertaining.
Yeah, they weren't having any feuds at all. It was just like local talent.
Yeah, so it's, and then like a little feud with like the baddies, and I don't know. So, you need to put her in actual feuds because she's definitely like huge potential there. I think you have to have her go for the main women's title.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see. Taking on, but that would be the heels now because.
Yeah, but there are a lot of fans really want to cheer her. I just drop Sterling and just have her as a baby face. I say.
Mm-hmm.
Sterling's terrible.
What's Statlander going to do with the title now?
I mean,
she's still in the best friends, or
defend it on Rampage. I guess I don't know.
Hmm.
Maybe. Well, now that you have TBS and now that you're gonna have the Collision show, I would, I guess, have one of them on that. Maybe have the TBS title defend on that. I guess.
Yeah.
I like Butcher better. I like Butcher too. I like Butcher and Blade. I think at this point they've kind of been like really not really anything for so long. I don't think you could just start pushing them as much, but I do like them. Impact announced that the number 1 contender will be decided in an 8-4-1 match at Against All Odds on June 9th. What the hell's an 8-4-1 match? Bully Ray, Jonathan Gresham, Heath, Nick Aldis, Moose, Mike Bailey, Rich Swann, and PCO. That's an interesting group of people. Will compete in an 8-man tag title match. The winning team competes in a 4-way match, and the winner of that will challenge for the Impact World title at Impact Slammiversary. I didn't know Vince Russo was back booking Impact. That's a really convoluted match.
8-4-1.
Who do I think will win? Bully Ray.
Yeah, probably.
Oh.
I think I agree with Jack. Bully Ray.
I am a fan of Bully Ray. It is too bad he found this singles character and all of it's really been on Impact.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you think AEW will announce Punk's return before the June 17th debut of Collision? I wouldn't. I think really hint at it. I think even the fact that it's in Chicago, most people think it's going to happen. And you're going to get the big reaction. Him just, without people knowing he's there, or the music hits and he comes out.
Oh, man. Music hits and the Elite come
up. That honestly, that's some good heel heat there, too.
The Elite. The Elite.
2 years, or the music hits and MJF comes out. Cuts a great heel promo. That would be good, too.
Mm-hmm.
2 years ago today, Kenny Omega defeated Orange Cassidy and Pac to retain the AEW World Championship at Double or Nothing. I love this match you do. Yes, if you go back and listen to the show, I thought that was great. And I really thought after that match they should have went with a really strong push for Orange Cassidy. He was super over. And they push him well now because I do think his title reign, even though it's like a kind of a lame title, it's been a really good title reign so far.
Yeah.
But that was a really good match. What's happened to Pac? Is he hurt again? Because he's been.
Yeah, I don't know.
He got hurt again.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh.
3 years ago today, FTR made their surprise AEW debut when Dax Harwood and Cash Wheeler saved Young Bucks from butchering the Blade. Have you enjoyed their run? Yeah, I mean, there's been some great stuff. A lot of their great matches is probably on some of those Ring of Honor pay-per-views.
Yeah.
But no, they've had a lot of good stuff, though. I think
They
we'll have
just-
to really see this title reign to see how it plays out.
Yeah. They just need to keep quiet and don't get on the internet so much.
I agree. A lot of the teams that were really big a few years ago aren't really around anymore. They need some teams for them to feud with. I hope the Acclaimed aren't just forgotten now.
Yeah.
I think that's
That
a group that they're really should have really stuck with because I think it's something it's homegrown, super over, something they really could have showcased as one of the main things of the company. When I was at live shows, it's one of the most, maybe the most over thing on the shows. Queen Elizabeth II funeral and 10 days of mourning cost government $162 million. What a load of shit. What are your thoughts on this?
I think God save the Queen.
I wish someone spent that on my funeral when that happens.
I'd rather they spend it on my life. Fuck my funeral. I ain't going to be here to enjoy it. Give me $162 million while I'm alive.
Yeah.
Spend that money on the people. Fuck the... What are we living in the fucking dark ages? A fucking queen?
Yeah, cut off her head.
Whoa.
I mean, you can let her live. I don't care, but... Well, not when she's dead, but come on. A queen and a king... We got fucking knights with lances. They're gonna go fight dragons and shit.
I always thought I'd be a good rogue with a dagger.
So you gonna go assassinate her?
Whoa!
Assassinate the king, King Charles. I went to the Prince Charles Theater. Did they rename it the King Charles Theater now?
I guess they would have to, wouldn't they?
Let's give it time.
He's the king. He's not the prince anymore.
Oh, whoa!
Like they're scrubbing
number 7. Oh, intro. Man, you look like the guy from Full Metal Jacket. You're like, what's your major? Like you're about to kill everybody.
He is in a world of shit.
Damn. What the hell? That's the scariest look I've ever seen from intro. And I hate to ask this question now from Nikhil. I think you're gonna go kill the man. Why is Incher a cock? For non-weird wrestling questions.
Whoa.
For non-weird wrestling questions? So Nikhil...
And cock is all in capitals. That's why I said cock!
So Nikhil thinks that his questions are weird?
No, I think he thinks they're normal, but you're cucking it up for the other stuff.
Oh.
Cucking it up, Incher, for the Lexar questions. What? You're a cock for the goosey question. Who should challenge FTR next for the titles? Oh, that's kind of what we're saying next. I'm not really sure. I mean, earlier. Who's like a good heel team? I thought the trios belt was a good idea, but I think it's too much because you have to have trios going around and tag guys go. I don't know. I think it's too much. I don't know really teams that haven't fought FTR. The Bucks. I mean, Bucks are gonna be in with the Combat Club.
What? That wasn't the end.
What?
Of the feud.
Oh yeah, you can continue. I love the that whole group. So yeah, continue it. I'd be into that. More Jeff Jarrett and Lethal. I'd like to see them win the belts, honestly. You can always have FTR win it back.
Yeah.
And they can be, 3-time champions. That'd be good. Matt Cardona is waiting on a call from Tony Khan for AEW return. Thoughts?
That's not gonna happen. He was mid when he first came. Like no one cared. So
yeah, he was not over at all. And I've given him credit for getting himself over, but he was not over at all when he was on AEW. And didn't he kind of badmouth them after?
It didn't last long.
He didn't badmouth him, but he was kind of disappointed that he didn't get like this huge push, and it's like, why?
Yeah.
Well, didn't he say something to Cody or something?
I thought he wanted to go back to WWE.
Yeah, they don't want him. They got plenty of jobbers.
He's just the king of the indies. He should just run with that, really.
Yeah.
He makes a lot of. I assume makes a lot of money on merchandise and stuff.
But he doesn't know the game yet. They're waiting for him to actually hold like a bunch of titles, and then they'll say, "All right, you can come." So he just drops them all at once.
Do you watch the HBO show Succession or heard of it? Yeah, I've heard it's great. I've actually not watched it, but a lot of people who I respect the opinions of talk about being one of the best shows ever on TV. So I'd like to watch it sometime. I don't think I've ever watched a show on HBO I didn't like. So. On this day in WWE 25 years ago on Thunder. That's not on WWE.
Wait, what?
WCW. But look, I know they bought the company, but you can't say 25 years ago in WWE on Thunder.
On WWE,
they might own all the stuff now, but that happened on WCW. Conspiracy victim Chris Jericho, wearing a Rey Mysterio tee, vows to take his campaign to prove he should be Cruiserweight champion to Washington, D.C. I do remember this. And that was very entertaining. Jericho is one of the guys that I think's always been entertaining for like 30 years now. I've said this a million times. He's always reinventing himself, always changing it up. Honestly, I think when you look back, when he does retire, it's one of the best runs ever of any wrestler. Like, he's really been entertaining and done so many different things. Favorite Paul Rubin movie? Mine is Dunstan Checks In.
What is it?
Dunstan Checks In. He thinks Rocky sucks, but he loves Dunstan Checks In.
I don't even
And
know who
it's
Paul
the
Rubin
best
is.
Paul Rubin movie.
Paul Rubin, that's Pee Wee Herman.
I love
Oh, damn.
Pee Wee Herman.
No one calls him Paul Rubin.
Paul Rubin, yeah.
Yeah.
Pee Wee's Big Adventure. Come on. If you say something else, you're cucking it up for gorillas.
Dunstan.
Or apes or whatever. Dunstan Checks In.
It's an orangutan, I think.
Whatever. He's loving that red ass.
That face ring, just grabbing onto it.
Dunstan. All right, that was it for Lexar questions. I mean,
Lexar.
Nikhil questions. Now they're gonna be like, is Nikhil the Indian Lexar? I don't even actually know what he is. I'm sorry. Jonathan Jackson, what's your least favorite race?
What? I love them all.
The Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, I was going to say mine is the Kentucky Derby because they kill at
That's
least one horse.
That's a good one.
A race.
Yeah, the intro was going right to fucking the French or something.
Whoa.
Nah, I'm just kidding. Intro, you're good. Whoa! Every time I look up, I'm like, I think I'm about ready to get murdered.
No, you're all right.
Pepe.
I like you, Jack. I want to murder you.
Pepe Poteet, thoughts on the PCO Macklin match at Under Siege? I'm sorry, Pepe. I don't know. Sure, it was awesome. I do like PCO, honestly, so it probably was fun. Tony Obesta, would you bang your own mom for WWE house show tickets? Nope.
I'd buy him like any normal person would.
You want to save $20? Well, here's How Jonathan Jackson, have you gotten anyone pregnant lately?
Nope.
Oh, I be's having my butt, baby.
Whoa.
Yeah. No, he's gonna kill me again. Tony Obesta, whom from the Headyverse do you think is most likely to impregnate somebody? Nikhil Callahan. He's pretty. He's young. He's hot. I don't know. Maybe Bruce there with all these this Asian persuasion.
Well, yeah,
At the sushi house.
I just clicked on WWF All American Wrestling.
Well, I'm taking back my
1990, and it's Dusty
definitely.
Rose.
This is not going to get you with these Asian ladies telling them this.
Sapphire was it, and they have the polka dots and they're it's getting me hard, so I'm thinking about impregnating people.
Whoa.
The polka dots on?
Dusty's all big and flabby.
Maybe Lexar if they added the caveat against their will.
Sapphire won't quit dancing. The ref's kicking her out of the ring. Sorry.
It's all right. American dream. Bow, bow, bow. Or just a common man.
And it's a job guy.
Working hard with my hands.
He's going to lose.
Just a common man.
Are you singing that asshole song?
Don't matter if you're black or white. Redneck funky. It's all right. Coming at you with lots of soul. Who's more likely to book an aborted fetus on a pole match? Vince or Tony Khan? Vince Russo probably would. Well, maybe not anymore. He's all religious. That would probably be more like a GCW match, honestly.
Oh, man. Well, XPW maybe.
Yeah, XP. Yeah, I could see Lexar taking pictures. Like, look at this Jack. They got the dildo and the aborted fetus. Which two members of the Headyverse would you like to see face each other in a pole match?
I'd like to see Lexar take on
Patrick Howe
for Geraldine's hand.
Geraldine on a pole match.
Mm-hmm.
Geraldine on my pole match. No. I mean, like she's like up on in a cage. That's where I like to keep women.
Jeez.
What?
You crazy?
That's so no one can get to them. I'd feed them and stuff. Not like I'm treat them bad. That's all alleged. It's all jokes. Tony Oberstar, have you ever ripped your pants at exactly the right spot, which caused your balls to flop out? Yeah, if you didn't see that, what's his name? Rollins. He split his pants on TV, I guess.
I heard it. Yeah, they said he needs to get a new pair of pants, but I don't think his balls didn't fall out.
Yeah, I've never ripped. I've had jeans wear out, but I've never just where they just ripped them and balls popped out.
You're just out on the walk, and then there they go.
At work, my balls got cold, and I looked down, and my pants had ripped, but I didn't notice it. I was in a freezer.
You don't want cold balls, Incher.
No, cold balls.
Especially in a freezer. It's crazy.
Yeah, I like a little cold air on the balls in the nether region, Incher, but not freezing. Just just a little cool comes in. Feel it over the sack and over the shaft.
You kind of give me an idea for an
I thought you were gonna say you kind of give me a hard on, but
what?
What were you saying? An idea?
You're not worth my idea now.
Let's hear the idea, bitch.
No.
Hear it. Say it. Say it. Say it. Say it. Say it.
I'm only going to say it.
Say it.
All right. get like a fan designed for like your underwear, because you're talking about the breeze going across your balls. So it'd be like a cooling fan for your balls.
But what if your balls get caught in the fan? That'd be fucking the worst. Oh, look at balls in the fan.
Well, we'll work on that. We'll make
what
it
if you
where
just
they
went around like blowing on them? I don't mean sexually, just like.
You're always wanting to blow my balls.
You blow them up with firecrackers.
No.
Super kick to the balls.
Super kick party!
You want to blow the sperm out of my balls.
Are you like crocheting?
I'm making a sculpture out of wooden sticks.
What the fuck?
That's what people in West Virginia do.
I'm whittling. I'm whittling. It's an old-timey tradition here, Jack.
You doing some like kind of voodoo or something? You're making like a voodoo doll of me?
Be quiet, you might
it
scare him
in
away.
effigy?
It's his natural habit.
Mikey B! What was your favorite old school wrestling VHS release back in the day? Honestly, I recorded the pay-per-views off TV, so that's what I would.
Well, I never would watch the pay-per-views until they came out on like home video, and we would rent it. Yeah. So I'm going to say like WrestleMania 3 probably.
See, WrestleMania 1's the only one I didn't see live because I believe it wasn't on pay-per-view. Some people say WrestleMania 2 wasn't, but I watched it and recorded it off pay-per-view. But so maybe WrestleMania 1 because that's the one I had to buy. And then I used to, every time there would be a new WrestleMania, up until maybe 14 or maybe not even that high. But every time there'd be a new WrestleMania, I would watch all the previous WrestleManias every year. Like I would I got a week, start watching them. Then after a while, I was like, oh, fuck this.
And I've seen it 14 times already.
Brian Matthew Clutter. Can Incher confirm or deny that the Halloween pinball and Godzilla pinball are basically the same table? Oh, I'm sorry. We'll do that. Wait a second. Is that design worth getting? I played the Godzilla pinball recently. It's pretty awesome.
No, they're very different.
The Godzilla one, you got to like break down a building and stuff.
Yeah,
really cool.
to get the multi-ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really different. So no, they're not the same design. I will say though that both feature a song from the same band, really? Blue Oyster Cult. Different songs though.
That was the Violent Idols.
No. So
I'm gonna try to get them on the show actually. Mike Bessler, what's your favorite old? Oh, we did that one, but he also wants to know orange juice pulp or no pulp. I used to be no pulp. I don't drink any. I'm anti fruit juice now. But when I
pulp, you're the biggest anti bitch I think on the show. You're anti juice and
anti juice. It's way too much sugar.
Jeez.
And then no fiber. No, you don't. It's bad. It's terrible for you. You're just taking all the sugar from the fruit. And you're throwing away all the actual nutrients and the stuff you should be eating. And you're just eating a condensed mountain of sugar. So anti juice.
I agree.
Pro whole fruit.
Sounds like a bitch answer to me.
Whole fruit is what you should be
eating. The rind and everything.
Whole fruit. That's why those pictures, when I used to do the Orange Cassidy kind of thing, he's freshly squeezed, and I used to say whole fruit Jackie Jones, because whole fruit is the way to go. All food, Incher, go as whole as possible. No processed bullshit.
Whole fruit,
whole
Jackie
food,
Jones?
Whole fruit, Jackie.
Who the fuck's gonna get behind that? Whole fruit, Jackie Jones?
You'll see when I'm on fucking AEW TV.
You're not gonna know AEW television.
I was on AEW TV as whole fruit Jackie Jones right before pay-per-view. They're like, buy this pay-per-view. Boom! Picture of whole fruit Jackie Jones, and JR's like, hey, I better get their paper.
I'm going to put my whole foot up your ass is what I'm going to do.
Must be a little fucking foot.
Whole fruit Jackie Jones. Gee, mini Christmas.
Man. Whole fruit. Stop. What are you doing? You're probably drinking Sunny Delight or something.
Tang, baby.
Drinking your fucking the Gatorade. What are you drinking?
Gotta love that Tang.
Yeah,
I drink sugar-free Sunkiss. I drink that a lot anymore. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
Freshly squeezed Sunkiss.
Isn't that beautiful?
Look at this.
Look at what I'm making.
Look, freshly squeezed Orange Cassidy and whole fruit Jackie Jones.
Jonathan, you know you're with me on this one.
Whole fruit Jackie Jones here.
Tell him, Jonathan.
I mean, I will admit I don't have any whole fruit in my home right now. But
I
could if I had
a banana and an orange. I have 2 oranges.
You think it'd be a good sale?
I just ate an apple before the show. A whole apple. You didn't peel it. You got to eat the peel, Incher. Look at that. Whole fruit Jackie Jones right there, Incher. Does that turn you on?
And he passed those oranges out to local homeless.
I do. I did that Friday. Friday I went to Haymarket, which is it's a cheaper farmer's market in Boston. It's every Friday and Saturday. And I bought apples, oranges, and peaches, and I went and handed them out to homeless. At first, no one bitched. One dude ended up bitching at me, but I looked over.
Where's the booze?
They wanted money. I used to do this every weekend, and then I ran into some very angry people just wanting money. So I stopped doing it. I kind of felt bad, so I started doing it again this Friday. Made me feel good, and also everyone was very happy, except for one dude. An old... I try to stay away from the young, derelict-looking people, because those are usually the ones that get angry. There was a guy I passed, and he was in the not an alley, but in a corner, and he was I'm not even joking. He had some kind of syringe. I'm like, I don't want to know what's happening there. But there was an old guy in a wheelchair. I thought, well, this guy's gonna be very happy. Like, you want some fruit, mister? He's like, oh, give me your money, and he started yelling. I was like, yeah. So I pushed over his wheelchair. I said, take that, old bitch. No, I didn't do that. But I was like,
pocket changed out of his pocket.
But yeah, I remember one time too. Annabelle and I were at the Phantom Gourmet Food something. I don't know, but so it was all these local places had like little booths. It was cool, and we won 2 whole Domino's pizzas.
Domino's, yeah!
And we all
Domino's,
yeah, 2 fucking pizzas. But then it's like, what the hell are we gonna do with 2 whole pizzas? Just walk around fucking all of Boston? So we tried to give one away, and nobody would take a fucking pizza. We're trying to give it to these homeless people. I'm like, no. I'm thinking, what the hell? You ain't fucking too starving, are you, asshole? You want to take a pizza? So we ended up actually giving one of the pizzas to a couple on the subway, and then we took the other pizza into the movies, and I was like, they're gonna let us walk in with a whole fucking pizza into the movie. She's like, they won't care. It's Boston. She was right. Just walked in with a whole pizza in a box. Didn't give a shit. It's like, hell yeah, that's pretty cool.
You just walked in with the pizza. You didn't eat it. You know, like
yeah, we're like, yeah, hell yeah, and we just threw it on the floor. Throw it around the theater. No, we
like
ate
a frisbee.
We should. You know what? It fucking sucked. No, it was all right. It was okay. But I mean, you can get real pizza in Boston, not Domino's. John, it was fine. Jonathan Jackson.
That's what the bums are like. They're like, this motherfucker's trying to give us Domino's.
Give me some Regina's. That happened to us. I went to a Regina, which is a pretty famous pizza place. It's a chain now, but the original one's in the North End, which is like Little Italy in Boston. So I went there, and most Reginas you can get slices, but at the original Regina you have to get whole pizzas. So I got a small margarita pizza sitting at the bar. The place was packed. The waitress or the bartender kept coming over telling me, like, I don't know what's going on. So eventually it was very, very late. She brings me the pizza. I went to pay, and she's like, no, it was too late. Don't worry about it. So I gave her a good tip. And then she came out with another one, and she was like, oh, there was a big mix-up. And so ended up making me 2 pizzas. So again, it's like, I can't eat 2 whole pizzas. It was bad enough eating a whole pizza myself, never mind 2. So I gave it to a homeless guy with had no legs, and he was very excited. But then he's like, "Where did you get this pizza?" And I was like, "At Regina." And he's like, "Which one?" I was like, "Oh, the original one in the North End." And he told me this big long story. It's like a story I would tell. And he's like, "Bob," he's like, "Go and tell Martha. Do you remember when Jimmy danced on the table?" And this big, long, like, story. And I'm thinking, what the fuck is it? And I was like, yeah, I'll go do that. Thanks, buddy. But he was happy to get the pizza.
He was like, tell her I lost my legs because of the pizza.
Yeah, danced on the table, and I fell off and got my legs broken, and they had to cut them off. And fuck that bitch. Jonathan Jackson. I'm sorry, Richard. Can you show your thingy? The thing you're making, not your dick. You showed it early, but I was sharing a picture and I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
Oh, this thing? I thought could be like a good raft or something. Just like
looks like something from like the Blair Witch or something. It took you like 3 hours to make that?
3 hours? Oh, you've watched me do it. We've only been on for 4.
Is that to keep away vampires?
No.
No, that's pretty cool. It's only 2 questions left.
Thank goodness.
Jonathan Jackson, who is a top contributor. Do they have points on here? I noticed on Without Your Head now in the group there's points.
Yeah, they got points. I noticed. And I was like, why am I not a top contributor? It's like, oh,
yeah.
shit.
Well, you're a top contributor now.
Oh, I know.
And you know what, Jackson?
I know the secret.
You know what, Jonathan? You've always been a top contributor to me.
Oh.
You too, Bruce. Incher.
Sad.
Is that what Danny DeVito made in The One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Yeah.
No, that's pretty cool. All right. Jonathan Jackson, top contributor, wants to know, if your age were your credit card number, what would it be? 1707.
Can't tell you that, Jonathan.
I'd be very, very old. Also, if the expiration date were your birthday, what would it also be? Still need the 3-digit
security code on the back.
You'd be like born in the future.
Or that would be what's your dog's name? That was that CCV. No.
Patrick Howell, doggy. 1998 Royal Rumble is his favorite VHS. Well, I didn't know I guess they were still making VHS.
Yeah, they were.
In my mind, though, I think like 80s when I think VHS. But
yeah, they're making them then.
Then though, I definitely would just been all about the buying them off paper.
Coordinate.
Jason Mitten. Now that Karen Jarrett is back, has Incher had any dreams where he explodes just before entering her sweet, sweet ass?
No, I've not had any dreams like that.
You're gonna be going all sodomite on Karen Angles. What, is she too old now for you?
No, she's with Jeff.
Oh,
I
so
would
is it all
never
right to bang
besmirch.
her ass when she's with Kurt?
Yeah, because that's like I'm humbling Kurt. It's like
I get you. You respect Jeff because he's been on the show.
exactly. Kurt has not.
Right, and he's a good Southern boy.
Yeah.
I
Jeff
get
Jarrett, A-OK. Kurt Angle, all bets
He's into
off.
that dirty bestiality sex. All right, well, that was the end of the questions. Do you think a bestiality gimmick would get over today?
Probably.
That'd be a good gimmick. Who would it be? Harry Smith, from the Bulldog?
Oh, I was thinking like the guy in Impact, Black Taurus. I mean, he's already got the ox head. So.
That'd be awesome.
Who wants to buy my signed art piece?
The value just went down.
I don't think you could have planned that any better. That was amazing. Oh, man. What are you going to name it?
POS 53123.
You know what? In 10 years, I'm going to go to Nikhil questions. They're like, what's your favorite memory of Intra making art in 2023? And be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Or Intro will just pull it out of his closet. He's like, oh, yeah, I have it right over here. All right. Well, that was fun.
It was.
Thank you guys for joining the Headyverse who joined it. Appreciate it. There's a lot of cost to run all this stuff, so I appreciate that. So it helps cover all the costs. But I really have been enjoying the shows here on StreamYard. I've really enjoyed it since we went to video, but StreamYard I think is much easier. Looks fun. I added some stuff tonight. We'll try to add some more cool stuff. I added I don't know if people noticed when we were talking about Raw, the Raw logo and stuff. So people want to make some videos for segments like questions from the Headyverse or anything like that, let me know. Or just do it and send it in. We probably could watch videos of stuff if we talk over because it would be fair use.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Some of the wrestling companies are really, they love to strike people, even if
striking, yeah.
And even if I challenge I'd probably win, but you'd still get suspended and stuff.
It'd have to be like still photos and not more.
I mean, you could play video. Technically, it'd be fair use if you're talking over it but I don't want to bother with it because I know it would just be a big hassle. Yeah. I was recently demonetized on Without Your Head because it was saying it was reused content, basically saying I just was uploading other people's stuff. And so this happened years ago, and it took me a half a year to finally work it out. But so this time they actually asked for a video showing how I record and edit the show. So I made this video down here. I was like, here's my studio, and I got these two screens, and I use StreamYard, and blah, blah. Then I went up to my other computer, and I was like, and then a pre-recorded show, I use all these Adobe products, and then I'd show PSD files, and I make the logos, and the audio files in Adobe Audition, all this bullshit. But I will say, in a few hours, someone actually legit watched it and said, "You're right. Your appeal is okay with us. So here's your monetization back." And then initially, it was asking me to go through and add monetization to every video. I was like, "What the hell? I got to re-add it to 1,400 videos." And then in a little bit, it actually came back. So anyway, long story short, it's okay. But the point was, if we get too much stuff, I don't want to go through all that hassle here on In Your Head if they start flagging stuff. So we probably won't be showing videos of stuff. Was the long about route. And I like to really just talk to keep Intro here and get them annoyed. But we will be here. We will be back next week. We'll probably be having some guests. I don't know about next week, but we'll be having some guests soon from New England Pro Wrestling Fan Fest and Hall of Fame. I'm not sure who yet, so I won't say any names, but there's some people I know there, some people I've talked to, so hopefully we'll get some people on. It'll be fun. But I know some of them I've asked before, and they ended up wanting money, so who knows? I'm not paying anyone to come on the show. But anyway, we'll be back next week, and if no guests, we'll hear and talk to the Headyverse. That's good with me. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink, and he could fight. Drink, 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 and a fight, fight, fight. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink, and he could fight. Drink, 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 and a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre was great. He was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, 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 and a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant.
From Grenoble, France.